The Senate will come to order. Senator Bowden,
Mr. President, I impose a call of the Senate.
the Senate is now under call. Here we go. Oh, where'd she go? Yeah. Senator Murphy.
Good Good morning, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, if you would be so kind as to stand, or if you want to come in and join us. It is the Senate's tradition to start with prayer, and after prayer, we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Today's chaplain is Reverend Sarah Morse from Hazel Park United Church of Christ in St. Paul. As a gentle reminder, following the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good afternoon. Let us enter into a time of prayer. O Holy One, the sacred texts that we turn to paint a picture of a world beyond this world, strange to us in its beauty, wonderful in its simplicity, a world where every people and every tongue are splendid in diversity and at peace with one another, comfortable with difference. A vision of a new heaven and a new earth, rivers that bring life, leaves that heal the nations, a home with many rooms, place and space for all, a land of dreams, a vision of wholeness, hunger and thirst left behind, violence and death, things of the past, a lamb, a shepherd, springs of water, and we will weep no more. Sacred texts tell a story of a world within this world, strange to us in the midst of what we know, remarkable in its simplicity, telling all we need for a life filled with integrity here on earth, and shared in many rooms, specifically today, in this one, and in the rooms that surround us, the sharing of ideas, opinions, difference, and passion, sharing of values, funding, creativity, and ingenuity, rooms that hold the cloud of witnesses before us, reminding us of the past and pushing us to the future, reminding us of a time to get up and live, to get up and go out into all the world with the news of commitment, loyalty, and hope. Our sacred texts paint a picture of a new heaven and a new earth where the presence of the holy dwells in each of us, all called to serve, inspired to lead, invited to listen for understanding, and to speak with integrity and truth. So dress our imagination in this life until the dream becomes a reality, the story becomes true, the picture becomes perfect. Doing all this in the name of the holy that holds all of us for who we are and calls us by name. May it be so. Amen.
Thank you, members. The secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Anderson, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Coleman, Swadzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Dietzick, Eichhorn, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hochschild, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Klein, Coran, Kroon, Kunish, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, May Quaid, McEwen, Miller, Mitchell, Mohammed, Morrison, Murphy, Nelson, Umuver-Baton, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westlin, Westrom, Wiklund, Zhang.
Members, a quorum is present. The following members intend to vote from a remote location under Rule 40.7. Senator Anderson, Senator Diesick, and Senator Port. Members, if you want to follow along with me, I'm reading from the Senate agenda. Today's date is Tuesday, May 7th. We will begin at the second order of business, executive and official communications. The following communication was received. Please make note of it as no action is required. Members will now proceed to the third order of business. Messages from the House. The Secretary will read the first message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file as amended by the House, in which amendments the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate File Number 5335, a bill for an act relating to human services. Senate File Number 5335 is herewith returned to the Senate. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Senator Murphy for a motion on behalf of John Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate do not concur in the amendments by the House to Senate File 5335, and that a conference committee of 3 members be appointed by the Subcommittee on Conference Committees on the part of the Senate to act with a like conference committee appointed on the part of the House.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. Senator Murphy, on behalf of Senator Hoffman, moves that the Senate do not concur in the amendments by the House to Senate File Number 5335, and that a conference committee of 3 members be appointed by the Subcommittee on Conference Committees on the part of the Senate to act with a like conference committee appointed on the part of the House. On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we will go to the next message as the Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce that the House refuses to concur in the Senate amendments to House File Number 4124. House File Number 4124, a bill for an act relating to state government, appropriating money from the Outdoor Heritage Fund, Clean Water Fund, Parks and Trails Fund, and Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. The House respectfully requests that a conference committee of 3 members be appointed thereon. Lilly, Lee Kay, and Backer have been appointed as such committee on the part of the House. House File Number 4124 is herewith transmitted to the Senate with a request that the Senate appoint a like committee. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Senator Hur for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference committee on House File 4124, and that a conference committee of 3 members be appointed by the Subcommittee on Conference Committees on the part of the Senate to act with a like conference committee appointed on the part of the House.
Thank you, Senator Hur. Senator Hur moved that the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference committee on House File Number 4124, and that a conference committee of 3 members be appointed by the Subcommittee on Conference Committees on the part of the Senate to act with a like conference committee appointed on part of the House. To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we will now go to the 5th order of business. There are 2 committee reports to read at the desk. The Secretary will read the reports.
Senator Rest from the Committee on Taxes, to which was referred Senate File Number 3886, a bill for an act relating to taxation, aid to local governments, and private ambulance services. Reports the same back with a recommendation that the bill be amended as follows. And when so amended, the bill do pass and be re-referred to the Committee on Finance. And Senator Rest from the Committee on Taxes, to which was re-referred Senate File Number 4985, a bill for an act relating to taxation, property, etc. Reports the same back with a recommendation that the bill do pass and be re-referred to the Committee on Finance. Report adopted.
Senator Murphy for a motion to adopt the committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee reports printed in the agenda and read by the Secretary be adopted.
On that motion, on the adoption of the committee reports, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we'll now proceed to the 6th order of business, which is the second reading of Senate bills. The Secretary will read the Senate file numbers.
Senate File Numbers 4835 and 716.
The Senate files have been given their second reading. Proceeding to the 7th order of business, which is second reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file number.
House File Number 4411.
The House files have been given its second reading. Members will now proceed to the 8th order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Members will now proceed to the 9th order of business, which is motions and resolutions. There is an author's motion to be read at the desk. The Secretary will read the motion?
Senator Westlin moves that the name of Senator Latz be added as a co-author to Senate File Number 4201.
Members, we will adopt the author's motion as one motion. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members remaining under motions and resolutions, I'm going to call on Senator Murphy to designate special orders. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made special orders for immediate consideration. Members, the list is on your desk.
Members, that is correct. The special orders list is on your desk, and we're going to start with House File 3911, Senator Hur, which is the Omnibus Environment and Natural Resources Supplemental Appropriations. Senator Hur.
Thank you, Mr. President. House File 3911 is our 2024 Environment Supplement Finance Bill. This bill contains provision on waste reductions, building outdoor stewardship, fish and game electronic licensing system, agency legal costs, and the 2024 Lands Bill, as well as Packaging Waste and Cost Reduction Act and helium regulations. Article 1 of this bill includes an appropriation of $17.79 million for DNR, $11.55 million for MPCA, $2.3 million for Bowser, and $500,000 to Met Council for fishing piers. Article 2 of this bill provides policy language associated with the appropriation. Proposal I'd like to highlight it are Outdoor School for All. This is a grant program for overnight outdoor school, consisting of outdoor-based learning activities. Electronic waste recycling study. The study is to identify barriers to electronics recycling and recommend ways to overcome those barriers. Unsafe ice search and rescue. This is Senator Eichhorn, our minority lead in the Environment Committee. It's his bill. The provision authorized county sheriff to be reimbursed for costs incurred for search and rescue operation due to recreational activity on ice. Boat wraps product stewardship. This program reduced the amount of boat wrapping going to landfills and promotes boat wrap recycling, as well as executing agreements to collect and transport and process. Keep It Clean grant program by Senator Putnam. This grant program provides money to local units to implement programs to prevent water pollution due to garbage and human waste left on the ice waters. Then Mille Lacs County land transfer. This provision authorized DNR to return a parcel of land currently under school trust land classification back to the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe. Manure management grants. This grant prioritized area with high groundwater nitrate levels. Then helium regulation. This is a program for oil and gas extraction and direct the DNR to convene a stakeholder group to develop recommendation to the legislature. And composting grants for multifamily unit. This is a provision from Vice Chair Senator McCune, and it's a grant program to expand access to composting program in multifamily dwelling. This is a short summary of the Article 2. Next is Article 3. Article 3 includes environment review and permitting reform brought forth by Senator Hawj. Article 4 is the DNR 2024 land bills, also brought forth by Senator Hawj. Legislative authorization is required for DNR to make changes to state park and state recreation area boundaries, and to sell surplus riparian land adjacent to river and stream, or surplus land to private sale. Many of the changes within the bill or this provision are requested by our local units of government. And Article 5 is the Packaging Waste and Cost Reduction Act by Senator Morrison. This bill seeks to establish a statewide program to collect, recycle, and reuse packaging and paper products. This is a rundown of the House File 3911, and I ask for your support, members.
Members, we are on House File 3911. Senator Arconn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just make a few words before we get to amendments here. I just want to thank Senator Herr, first of all, and his staff on the committee for giving us opportunities, ample opportunities in committee for our Republican members to have an opportunity to prevent bills and speak to bills and be included in the process. So we're very grateful to Senator Herr and his staff for that. I'd also like to thank our staff on the Republican side as well. And the members that are on our committee on the Republican side, Senator Green, Senator Wiesenberg, Senator Lang. While there's certainly some good things in the bill, there's, in my opinion, more things that are troublesome that make it difficult to vote for the bill. Some of the things that are good to see in there, I'm really happy to see the outdoor school for all provisions in the bill, Senator Herr. I think those are good. That builds on some legislation that we worked on in the past to make sure more kids are getting outdoors, which we all think is important. So we've got the next generation of conservation-minded people coming up and enjoying our beautiful resources that this state has. I'm really happy to see the ice rescue provision. It was really odd to hear in the time I've been here, about 7 years, almost 8 years now. I did not know that if a sheriff's department, if the sheriff's department does a rescue on water, they get reimbursed. But if they do have to do a rescue on ice, they're not. So this helps close that gap for our sheriff's departments if they do end up in a situation where they need to help somebody. The electronic recycling study, I think that's going to be good as well. I'm excited to see what comes out of that. Some of the troubling stuff is increased costs in several areas, like the boat RAP stewardship project, the EPR project, which will greatly increase costs for consumers. You'll hear today that it's simply the producers that are paying for it, and we all know that that gets pushed down to consumer. And at the grocery store alone, folks will end up paying between $35 and $50 more just in their monthly grocery costs to help pay for that program. And Minnesotans are already stretched thin. The last one, the manure management grants, I just get a kick out of that because sometimes that's what people think we manage around here. So I'm glad to see that's included, Senator Herr. I think that's a good piece as well. But overall, I do appreciate your bipartisanship and the work on this bill. You'll see some potential changes coming through from our members as we offer some amendments, and I'm hoping we can continue that bipartisanship and continue to work together to make some additional good changes to the bill, and very excited to continue to work with you through the rest of the process in conference committee to make sure we get a product that all Minnesotans can be proud of. And with that, Mr. President, I'll pass it off to whoever you have first for amendments.
Let me start with the author of the bill to see if Senator Herr has any amendments. Senator Herr, do you have any amendments?
Thank you for asking, President Champion. I don't have any amendment.
Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A50 amendment.
Senator Seeberger offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the A50 amendment.
Senator Seeberger moves to amend House File Number 3911 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 43, line 23, after FOB, insert. This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Seeberger to the A50 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. In last year's bill, there was a prohibition on items containing lead and cadmium, which somehow loops into its prohibitions pens and mechanical pencils. That was never the intent, and so what my amendment, the A50, does is creates an exemption for pens and mechanical pencils, carves those out of the parameters set forth in last session's bill, and allows them to continue to be sold acquired, imported, and distributed here in the state of Minnesota. I've talked to Senator Herr. He is aware of this amendment. He's in agreement with this amendment, and the MPCA, I believe, is also in agreement with it. I'll ask for a roll call unless I don't need one. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Icorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to speak in support of this amendment. I would recommend that this be a yes vote as well. Thank you for offering it, Senator Seeberger. It builds on the good work that Senator Hawj did in committee to also exempt key fobs. I think there were a few missed areas that we didn't realize, and I know there was work that was done with the MPCA to make sure that these exemptions, so they had clarity on exemptions for these. So this clears that up. It's a good amendment. I recommend a yes vote.
Senator Seeberger, do you still want the roll call?
No, thank you.
The roll call withdrawn. All members in favor of the 850 amendment say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The 850 is adopted. Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A51 amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg offers the A51 amendment. The Secretary will report the A51 amendment. Senator Wiesenberg, we're trying to find the A51 if you'll give us a moment.
Thank you. Should I talk about it while they're looking for it? Mr.
If
President?
you like.
Okay, so we previously talked about the importance of studying the impact that eagles have on the loon population. I'm just bringing this back again, so I won't go through it all again, but this study needs to happen. People that live on lakes are seeing that eagles are in fact eating baby loons, and we need a study to see that this, we need to study this. I did talk to Senator McEwen yesterday. She's not here right now, but I asked to take $200,000 out of her project for composting to pay for this, so the money's there and we can get this passed. Thank you.
Members, just so you know that the A51 is posted and is posted online there.
Keep up the good work, Senator Herr.
Members, we're just making a copy of the A51, so if you'll be patient. The Secretary will report the A51 amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg moves to amend House File Number 3911 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 3, line 17, delete $2 million and insert. This is the A51 amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg, you want to continue? And I also see that Senator McEwen is with us as well.
I don't think I need to speak. If anyone else wants to speak to this, I hope we'd vote yes on this. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A51? Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a slight concern, over the study between loon and eagles. It's looked like there's a, making this study very narrow just to 2 species of birds. But then this is something that Senator Wiesenberg had talked to me for for a couple of months now, and so I'd like to work with him, as we move toward a conference committee. So I'd like to accept this as friendly amendment. Thank you.
Members, all in favor of the A51, say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A51 is adopted. Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A22.
Senator Wiesenberg moves the A22. The Secretary will report the A22.
Senator Wiesenberg moves to amend House File Number 3911 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 27 after line 17, insert. This is the A22 amendment.
Senator
So-
Weissenberg to your A22.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this bill actually would make the DNR money and not cost money. It would allow children to start purchasing a bear license when they're 6 years old. You cannot hunt until you're 10, but it takes approximately 4 years to get enough preference points to go bear hunting. So if you start purchasing a license when you're 6, by the time you're 10, hopefully you could be able to go bear hunting. So this would allow a child to be able to hopefully hunt on their first year out. I hope it'd be friendly. It's not costing money, it's making money, and it's keeping kids in the outdoors and keeping kids engaged. Thank you.
Senator Hurd to the A22.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wisenberg, I want to find out, see if you have talked to the agency about this DNR and more precisely.
So are you asking Senator Weissenberg to
Senator
yield?
Wisenberg, will you yield? And based on
He
my-
will yield.
Yes.
Senator Weissenberg to the question.
Yes. What? Can you repeat the question? Sorry. You wanted to.
Senator Wisenberg,
Senator Hurd.
I just want to find out if you have talked to DNR about this language of this provision, and are they okay with it?
Senator Weissenberg.
Mr. President, Senator Hurd, I did talk to Bob about 2 months ago about this. He didn't. I don't know if he liked it or didn't like it. Seemed indifferent. But like I said, it doesn't cost money and it doesn't hurt anything.
Senator Hurd.
Mr. President, I'd like to take a little time and absorb this provision, and perhaps this could be a friendly amendment. But it's just that I just seen the language just now, and I need a little time to confirm with the agency. So, Senator Wiesenberg, I would object to the language, even though it's a very nice language here that we need to work on. But I need to have more time to have discussion on this provision.
Senator Weissenberg.
Mr. President, it's beautiful language. I will remove that amendment, and we'll talk about getting that in, hopefully, in conference committee. Thank you.
Senator Weissenberg withdraws the A22 amendment. Senator Weissenberg.
I'd like to move the A21.
Senator Weissenberg moves the A21, and the Secretary will report the A21 amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg moves to amend House File Number 3911 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 24, after line 25, insert. This is the A21 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg to
Thank you,
A21.
Mr. President. So there's some language that's talking about beaver management. If people don't know, beavers are rodents, and they're basically, to manage them, you have to trap them and get rid of them. That's just the way it is. There's no way getting around it. So my language would make it illegal to transport live beavers. If you're caught transporting a live beaver, it would be a $500 fine. And if you do transport a live beaver and let it go somewhere, you would be paying for any damages caused as a result of transporting that beaver. So if we're catching beavers in, let's say, White Bear Lake and transporting them up to my house, now it's my problem. Now they're cutting down my trees and it costs me money. So we can't be doing that. And if we are trapping them and we have to humanely kill them, we could bring the beavers to Minnesota Zoo or someplace, and they could feed their animals with them. Thank you.
Senator Hurd to
Mr.
the the A21 amendment.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask Senator Wiesenberg to see if he would yield.
Senator Weissenberg, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Hurd.
Senator Wiesenberg, I see the amount of fine there is $500 for the fine. Is that a standard amount, or is that something that you just thought should be the right amount to penalize someone?
Senator Weissenberg to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Hurd. That was provided by council. I didn't put that number in there. They put it in there, so I would assume it's right in line with where it has to be.
Senator Hurd.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to accept this as friendly amendment.
All those in favor of the A21 amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A21 is adopted. Senator Weissenberg.
I would like to move the A4. I'm skipping the A6.
Senator Weissenberg offers the A6 amendment.
No, I'm skipping the A6. I'm going to remove the A4.
The A4 amendment. The Secretary will report the A4 amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg moves to amend House File Number 3911 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 56 after line 20, insert. This is the A4 amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg, to your A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I was contacted by multiple people about this. Would allow people that have drones to help locate dead animals or deer. So if you can't locate it, you could contact a person that has a drone to fly around and look for it. It would be illegal to use that drone to hunt. That would be very bad. We can't allow it to happen. But this would let them be licensed. This would let them have a business to do that. I did talk to I did talk to Sarah Stroman, the DNR commissioner, about this at the beginning of session. Said I have this bill. I did not hear back from what they thought about it. This would allow them to start the process going forward, though, to help these people get licensed to help recover downed animals.
Senator Hawj, to the A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiesenberg, for bringing this forth. If you don't mind, I'd like to postpone this provision and have it introduced as a bill for next session hearing, and we'll work together on this. At the moment, I'd rather not accept this bill and ask member to vote no.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will remove my amendment.
The A4 amendment has been withdrawn. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A11.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A11, and the Secretary will report the A11.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 3911 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 74, delete Article 5. This is the A11 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen, to your A11 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been some conversation in this bill on extended producer responsibility. And if we take a step back, what that is it's a policy approach to have greater responsibility for end-of-life management on products that are introduced into marketplaces. And we see EPR used in things like electronics, paint, pharmaceuticals, batteries. And so this is something that is done in Minnesota. However, Mr. President, the legislation contained in the Senate Environment Bill before the body, I think, fails to meet many of the stated policy goals, including engaging with stakeholders, thinking about implications of product design, and the biggest concern I have, Mr. President, is impact on local jobs here in Minnesota and the cost to consumers. The A11 amendment would remove this section from the bill. And, Mr. President, I would point members to Colorado's experience. They had a similar EPR bill that passed in 2022, and the estimated cost of implementation has increased significantly since then, nearly 20%, from $260 million up to now $310 million. And those are costs that are paid by small businesses and by Minnesota consumers. And I think with broader concerns about inflation, the cost of goods, and also Minnesota's economic competitiveness, I think it's time to put pause on moving this policy forward today, and I would ask for member support.
Senator Hawj, to the Rasmussen A11 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to Senator Rasmussen's amendment. I cannot accept this amendment mainly because it's the right timing from my angle, but I really appreciate Senator Morrison working tirelessly on this bill. It was, it was a stronger language bill at the very beginning, and she worked very hard for the last 5 months to bring everyone to the table and making sure that there's consensus from different company, different group of people, different legislators, and now we kind of watered down this original provision, but I really appreciate her work, and I'd rather not accept this amendment because that showed the discredit of the hard work that Senator Morrison had been doing for the last 5 months, but more importantly is the paper waste recycling that we need at this point in time moving forward. So I ask members to vote no.
Any other discussion on the A11? Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise in support of the A11 Rasmussen amendment. One of the biggest areas of concern from a lot of individuals in industry, individuals that work at facilities that produce this kind of product, specifically the paper industry, are very concerned about what it would potentially mean for their jobs. Now, the purpose of extended producer responsibility is to shift the physical and financial responsibility to the end-of-life waste management onto the producer, but we know in practice what really happens. Producers that are financially obligated end up passing those costs on to consumers, and what does that mean? York University out of New York did a study. They were looking at similar legislation to what Senator Rasmussen referenced about Colorado. And the data they found is that what you will pay at the grocery store, just the grocery store alone in increased packaging, is $36 to $57 per month in increased grocery costs. They also note in the study that the increase is independent of other inflationary increases, which in the food category has been between 10 and 20% over the last few years. And quite frankly, Minnesotans and Americans can't afford to be squeezed any more than they've already been squeezed. Paper products industry is already recycling at maximum recycling capacity. This will upend some of what is already being done, at least on the paper front. I'm speaking just to paper, not the other portions of recycling. And on the other front, what will this cost? The study out of New York, I realize Minnesota is different. It would cost the state of New York about $758 million to do the program, and then another $37.9 million in administrative costs. And you know who pays that? The average Minnesota taxpayer. They've been squeezed enough. I never thought we would get to an environment bill and have a tax increase, but ultimately this is what this provision is a tax increase on Minnesotans, and this provision alone is enough to say a no vote on the underlying bill. I would be a little more amenable to voting for the bill if this provision was removed. It was also mentioned that there was a lot of consensus. I can tell you that there is absolutely not consensus, at least with folks in the forest products industry. They were not at the table. I asked several times throughout committee stops if those discussions would happen, and I've heard from several people in forest products that have not had an opportunity to weigh in, whether individuals or associations that care about those products. I know there is a study as a part of this. I would support a study, but I think right now we are putting the cart before the horse by having this entire legislation in here. So Senator Rasmussen's legislation fixes that problem. If you guys want to add back in the study, I would certainly support that. But for the time being, this isn't quite ready for prime time. It needs some additional work so that Minnesotans are not squeezed anymore.
Senator Herr.
Mr. President, you know, everything I hope that member on the other eye would find solution to this instead of eliminating things that have been built thus far. And there is consensus, and I'm sure that some member will be speaking up and fighting against this amendment here. And this amendment is like deleting all, leaving no trace of what have been conducted for the last 5 months. And so that I would object to, and I also want to ask for roll call. Thank you.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen, for the A11. I'll be voting no. Members, we have a solid waste issue. I was a no on the original language on this bill, and I want to commend Senator Morrison and Senator Herr for the changes that they made. That moved me from a no to a yes. Mr. President, here's why. We can't do nothing. What the bill has in it and what we should keep in it by voting no on the A11 amendment is a pathway to gather more information, as they're doing in the great state of Maryland, to make a needs assessment with the producer responsibility organization that will help us make winning choices, and to reduce the costs, you heard me right, reduce the costs for the counties that now bear the waste management expenses. If we can make packaging more efficient, if we can reduce packaging, and most importantly, members, if we can increase the number of items of packaging that are recycled. This will be a win, not only for our environment, but for our pocketbooks. Bottom line, thank you, Senator Morrison. I'm a no on the A11 amendment.
Senator Hawj.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I just want to address Senator Eichhorn's concerns regarding the paper industry, the forestry industry. This is something that I worked really diligently on. I know that Senator Eichhorn and I's district both have strong paper mills and forestry industry. Through the process of looking at the EPR legislation and working with Senator Morrison, we were able to exempt virgin wood fiber from the EPR bill. This was something, again, that I worked on with the industry, with the paper mills, and with the forestry industry. So I think we have a good understanding that our paper mills in northern Minnesota are exempt from this provision. I want to make sure that's abundantly clear, and that's why I am supporting the EPR bill and why I'm a no on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in opposition to the A11 amendment. And members, I do want to just point out, I had handed out here a letter from the Minnesota Environmental Partnership. I'm expressing some of the concerns that I share about the bill, which is overall very much a compromise bill. And in my mind, in some areas of our bill, perhaps we have gone too far toward compromise to make sure that we can pass something out of this body. In particular, this provision within the environmental bill, I understand that Senator Morrison has been working diligently to get the votes that she needs and has made many compromises along the way to try to get people on board and keep people on board. But I can tell you, and I have spoken with Senator Morrison about this, she has almost, in making those compromises, lost the initial supporters of the bill because so many compromises have been made. So the idea that we would bring an amendment to completely erase all of that work that Senator Morrison has done would gut the bill. It would gut the bill, basically. There would be nothing of substance at all in this Packaging Waste and Cost Reduction Act. So I just want to make sure that a record is made. Environmentalists, Minnesotans who are concerned about environmental issues, packaging waste issues, they are watching. I mean, I don't know about you colleagues. I have received so many emails about this, so many people in Minnesota reaching out to my office saying, what is going on with this bill? Why is it being weakened? Why are these exceptions being made? Why are these carve-outs being made? And that is my principal concern. So to see this amendment coming from the other side of that, wanting to gut all of the work that has already been done, members, I ask you not to support the A11 amendment. Thank you.
Senator Hoffman. Members, Senator Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would request a roll call.
A roll call requested, and a roll call has been granted.
And, you know, I want to thank Mr. President, Chair Herr, who's just been an outstanding chair of the Environment Committee, and I'm very proud that this bill is included in this omnibus. Members, we have a real opportunity and a responsibility before us, and I am incredibly grateful to the advocates who have worked for years to bring this bill forward. You know, Minnesota has a relatively high recycling rate. We know this, but it is stuck at around 45%. So that means that more than half of our waste is going into landfills and incinerators. It's not being recycled, it's not being reused, it's not being composted. And that means that we need to act. I agree with Senator Frentz that we can't not do anything. And so here is our opportunity to do something that is a carefully crafted plan. And I am grateful, as I said, to the environmental advocates, and I'm also grateful to the business community who came to the table and worked with me to have their concerns addressed and to be a part of the solution. Many of them have set really ambitious goals for their own companies that are in line with this bill. They know we have a problem too. So in its essence, the bill establishes a statewide program run by a product stewardship organization that's organized and funded by producers and overseen by the PCA to collect, recycle, and reuse packaging. It's basically our bill is basically what goes into your recycling bin on the curbside. This is actually a business opportunity because part of what the impact of the bill will be, in addition to decreasing our waste stream, will be to incentivize packaging that is more recyclable, more reusable. And let's remember, too, that this is a climate bill. Our landfills are big producers of methane. They also leach microplastics and other toxins into our groundwater, into the soil, and thus into our groundwater. So this is a decrease the waste stream. This is an environmental bill. I really urge members to vote no on this. Let's proceed to conference and pass a strong EPR in Minnesota. Thank you.
Members, we are going to the author of the A11 amendment, but before I do that, I want to make sure there's no one else who wants to say anything. With that being said, Senator Rasmussen, to your A11 before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. This EPR bill that's contained in the Environment Bill is a major tax increase on Minnesota consumers and Minnesota businesses. And that's why today I brought the A11 amendment. I think it's critical that we make sure that the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency does their homework before we go forth with this very expensive policy that will put Minnesota businesses at a disadvantage when they have to compete globally. I would ask for members' support on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A11 Rasmussen amendment. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Seeberger, are you planning to vote? Thank you. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the A11 amendment is not adopted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A2.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A2 amendment. The Secretary will report the A2 Rasmussen amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 3911 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 74, delete Article 5 and insert. This is the A2 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen, to your A2 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I heard the EPR bill in committee, one of the more concerning pieces from the testimony and from the questions that were asked was that the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency hasn't yet completed a comprehensive needs assessment to set up this new EPR structure. And so the A2 amendment would eliminate the EPR and replace it with the needs assessment that would need to be reported back to the legislature by February of next year. I think it's important that if we're going to move forward with this, that we have the information needed to properly structure this and also understand the costs that this will have on Minnesotans engaging with stakeholders across the supply chain to ensure that we have a policy that actually works. So I'd ask for member support to the A2.
Members, Senator Hurd for the A2.
Mr. President.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the last 14 days, the Minnesota Senate has been operating under a cloud of uncertainty. Today, we finally have the opportunity to shine a light on that issue and afford those involved the due process
Senator Johnson?
they deserve.
Senator
Therefore,
Johnson,
I move for a
Senator
recess
Johnson,
until
Senator
15
Johnson,
minutes after
Senator
the subcommittee
Johnson.
on ethics.
I didn't want to bang the gavel because I want to be respectful. But respect starts on the floor with all of us. Members, you know what the rules are, that you're not supposed to interrupt another member unless you come with a point of order and you cite the rule. And even if you stand, you have to wait in order to be recognized. Now, I recognize that you want to do something very political at this moment, but this is not the place in order for that to happen. Now, members, I'm going to say this kindly to all of us. This is a sacred floor. This is an opportunity for us to uphold the tradition of this body with all respect. So no matter who's standing or standing here or sitting out there, I would hope that we would be respectful of this institution. Now, unless you have a point of order and you can cite a rule, I would hope that we could go on and finish the Rasmussen A2 amendment. Senator Johnson,
thank you.
Do you have a point of order?
I do. I would like to make a motion.
Well, there's a motion before the body already, unless you're doing a amendment to the amendment or something of that nature. But you cannot bring another motion or another form of business to the body at this time. Senator Johnson.
Mr. President, I am bringing a higher ordered motion. It's a motion to recess.
Well, that is a non-debatable motion. According to the rules, if you look at Rule 28, are you also asking for a roll call?
Mr. President, no. What I am saying is I move for a recess until 15 minutes after the subcommittee on ethics adjourns.
Senator Westlin.
I request a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. It's a non-debatable motion. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7. Senator Umu verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Mr. President. And Senator Frentz votes no.
Say the last one again, Senator.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no. I'm waiting for Senator Jasinski. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7, if we don't get them soon, then we're going to move forward. You only have one person to call.
Mr. President? Yes. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. All members having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 33 noes, the motion does not prevail. Members, let me also be clear about something, because I do not want this to be the way that we do business. If you hear a little sharpness in my voice, it's only because I'm disappointed about what just happened. We've made it very clear that an ethics meeting has been scheduled, and after we finish our business here, we meet 15 minutes after. That's been noticed, that's been put forward, that's been out there. So for anyone to come on the floor and behave that way, I would like for you to know that that's really disappointing. Now, as soon as we get through our business, which we are moving swiftly through, if you're really that interested in going over to the Minnesota Senate building, we are too. It's been scheduled. Now, look how much time that we wasted on this.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Senator Jaskowski.
I would just like.
I'm sorry. For what purpose do you rise?
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Which rule would you like for me to give you advice
It's just
on?
a general question about who controls the process in the body. Is it the body that controls the process, or is it the president that controls the process, Mr. President? That's the question.
Well, Senator, which rule are you asking me to refer to?
I am asking about the rules of procedure and decorum in this body. Is it up to the body to determine whether we recess or not, whether we postpone indefinitely or not, whether we adjourn or not, whether we do any other motion or not, whether we vote yay or nay and pass a bill or not, or is that up to the president? Because that's not what I have understood for many years, Mr. President.
You asked a question, Senator, and so I'm going to answer your question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
So first of all, this body has an option of putting forth motions and asking questions, and that is exactly what was done. The motion that was put forward was rejected. And specifically to your question, if you look at Rule 14, because I understand that you're a parliamentary person, so I'm sure that you had an opportunity to look at 14.3. The president shall preserve order and decorum, may speak on points of order in preference to members, and shall also decide all questions of order subject to an appeal to the Senate by a member. What I've tried to do is to make sure that this body has an opportunity to flow. So if you have a motion, you put it forward and we vote on it. Now, it's my understanding that we wanted to get through our business so that we could go do other things. But look how much time that we are still spending on what I would consider distractions.
It is, Mr. President, but I want us to be clear going forward. If I want to make a motion to recess now, I have the right and am entitled to that ability as a member to do it. Senator Johnson was entitled to do that.
We are not going to argue on the floor because once you stand for a motion, if it's debatable, then we debate it. If it's not debatable, as soon as Senator Johnson asks for a motion, there's a way that you stand to interrupt a member, which you know if you've been reading Masons. You cannot just interrupt a member because you want to. There's a proper way to interrupt a member.
I understand and agree with that, Mr. President, but it's also the member's right to move a motion. And that's not what I heard in your description. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, if you didn't hear that, I'm saying it again. Every member has a right to raise a motion, and we entertain that motion. There's a proper way to interrupt a member that must adhere to the body and the rules of this institution. So with that being said, unless there's another motion, Senator Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Back to the A2. I would recommend a no vote. There is a needs assessment in the bill, so it is redundant. Thank you.
Members?
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the A2, who is Senator Rasmussen? Any other discussion before we go to Senator Rasmussen? Seeing none, Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Morrison is correct. There is a needs assessment in the bill. However, we're going to be putting forth this regulatory structure before we have the results back from that needs assessment. And unfortunately, this is what we've seen Democrats do last session and this session. They pass a bill, change the law, and then they do the math and the homework later. And so the A2 amendment would ensure that we do the homework before we go and put this tax on Minnesotans. We make sure that we understand the needs that are out there and how we could improve recycling here in the state of Minnesota. And so I think the A2 amendment is a common sense amendment that if you care about reducing packaging waste, if you care about recycling, this will give us the information we need to make smart decisions about this policy in the future. I would request member support. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A2 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Frentz votes no.
And Senator Friends votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. All members having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A2 Rasmussen Amendment is not adopted. Senator Rasmussen, I believe you have another amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A3.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A3 amendment. The Secretary will report the A3 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 3911 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 77, line 24, delete or. This is the A3 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen to your A3 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Minnesota is fortunate to be home to several boat manufacturers located here in our state, including Lund, which is in the district that I represent. And for those who don't know, Minnesota is really one of the boating capitals of the country, both in terms of having producers here in our state, but also the recreation that occurs in our state. And I'm proud to represent much of Minnesota Lakes country. If we look at outdoor recreation in Minnesota, it's more than a $6 billion industry and impact on our state economy. And I think it's important when we're looking at this EPR policy that we don't take a one-size-fits-all approach. And one of the concerns that I've heard from marine manufacturers in the area I represent across the state is that by having this policy here in Minnesota, will potentially put them at a competitive disadvantage as they sell boats and compete across the country. And so the amendment that I offered, Mr. President, would exempt packaging for watercraft and component parts. I want to note that the National Marine Manufacturers Association is already working on extended producer requirements on a coordinated national effort that will ensure that there's national conformity, not putting Minnesota businesses at a disadvantage. I would request members' support on this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Hurd to the A3 amendment.
Mr. President, I ask for a roll call, and I'd like to defer to Senator Morrison on this.
Senator Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. This is, you're right, we have a lot of boats in Minnesota. Per capita, I believe we're number one. We are the land of 10,000 lakes, after all, and we enjoy those lakes. We also have a harsher climate than Florida, who I think is number two. So every winter, many boats are shrink-wrapped with a plastic material that is almost universally ends up in landfills now. So this program helps to address that. It also is a very recyclable plastic, so this will have, it creates a good circular economy. I would recommend voting no.
A roll call was requested and a roll call was granted. Any other discussion on the A3 amendment before we go to the author of the A3? Seeing none, Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do want to clarify that this amendment does not remove the recycling boat wrap legislation that's included in this bill, which I believe is actually supported by the National Marine Manufacturers Association. This would be an exemption to the EPR requirements in the bill. And so, Mr. President, I don't know if Senator Morrison would yield for a question or not.
Senator Morrison, will you yield for a question? She will yield for a question. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Morrison. I just wanted to make sure that I was explaining exactly what this amendment does. And so, Senator Morrison, I just wanted to see if you had any further thoughts after I explained the amendment as not removing the recycling boat wrap, but would instead be on the Article 5 EPR language and impacting Minnesota marine manufacturers.
Senator Morrison, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that clarification, Senator Rasmussen. You know, we've had a very careful and detailed and long conversation with the business community. For now, I would ask members to vote no. We're obviously going to conference this bill, but we've gotten to a very delicate balance here, so I would appreciate a no vote from members. Thank you.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I do hope Senator Morrison, as this bill goes to conference committee and is continuing to work on, that this is something that is looked at seriously, because as Senator Morrison stated, boating in Minnesota is a point of pride. It's a key part of our economy, both in terms of recreation on the manufacturing side, and I don't think that this body wants to put forward a policy that would put our Minnesota homegrown marine manufacturers at a disadvantage. I would ask for member support of this amendment. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A3 amendment. Senator Umu verbatim. Those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Frentz votes no.
And Senator French votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the 83 Rasmussen amendment is not adopted. Senator Rasmussen, do you have any other amendment? I'm going to Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the A16 amendment.
The A16 amendment is moved by Senator Jaskowski. The secretary will report the A16 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 3911 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 27 after line 17, insert. This is the A16 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski, to your A16 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd begin by asking for a roll call, if I could.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, this we did place this provision into the earlier policy-only bill that came through, but this removes the shotgun-only zone in the southern half of Minnesota and makes Minnesota uniform from north to south and east to west, and allows the southern part of Minnesota to participate in the deer hunting season in a way that enjoys the same higher level of safety that the ability to use rifles for deer hunting offers. And we've had that discussion about the extensive research, Mr. President, that exists, and I've gone through it in the past. I know Senator Kupak has as well. Him and I are working together on this bill and on this amendment. As a matter of fact, this is Senator Kupak's language from his bill, which includes a report back to the legislature after a period of time. I think it's a very good bill. It's a great provision for this bill, which includes an extensive amount of policy as well as finance in it. I will offer one other thing, Mr. President, and we have not discussed this around this amendment or bill before here that I'm aware of. And I know that some counties and a few counties and a few cities in southern Minnesota were apprehensive about our discussion earlier around moving to be uniform in this state and having the southern part of the state treated the same way that the northern part of the state is treated. And some of them have a desire to be treated differently still going forward. And I will offer to those subdivisions, I will offer to those counties, cities of the first class, other cities, towns, municipal corporations, or other government subdivisions that we have in law right now, Mr. President, 471.633, which is a preemption statute for firearms in the state of Minnesota. Evidently, Mr. President, when this preemption statute was written, and I don't have the date on that, there was a compromise that happened. So state government said, local units of government, you can't regulate firearms. With the exception, there was one exception, one major exception, there were two exceptions, but one is actually substantive, the other is not. One substantive exception, and that says a governmental subdivision may regulate the discharge of firearms. That's paragraph A in 471.633. A governmental subdivision may regulate the discharge of firearms. So, members, a city, a county, a township, or other local unit of government can, it's written very broadly, can, the authority is given to them very broadly, can regulate the discharge of firearms in their locality completely. They can regulate the discharge of firearms to a certain time, so a certain time of day they could limit discharge of firearms, a certain time of year that they could limit the discharge of firearms, or among others, Mr. President, they could limit a certain type of firearm from being discharged within their township, city, county, or local subdivision. Members, we already have in law the ability of any subdivision in the state of Minnesota to limit discharge of firearms around any of those type of characteristics or others, other components of firearm discharge that local units of government may want to exercise. They have that authority fully in statute now, so the discussions we've been having are really moot, Mr. President, and if a city or county wants to limit that, they can not only during the deer hunting season, they can limit it during the entire year or during some time other than the deer hunting season. It's really up to that local subdivision to make those decisions. So, Mr. President, that is the amendment, and I ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Herr to the A16 Drazkowski Amendment.
Mr. President, and after I speak, I'd like to defer to Senator Bolden on this issue. But like the ideal or the joint compromise language is already in the policy bill. So this in itself will start a redundancy. And so I will ask member to object to this amendment, the A16 amendment by Senator Jasinski, but I'll defer to Senator Bolden.
Senator Bolden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer an oral amendment to the amendment.
State your oral amendment to the amendment.
On line 1.8, I would like to replace or strike the word statewide and insert north of Highway 12. As
the Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Bolden moves to amend the A16 amendment as follows. Page 1, line 8, delete statewide and insert north of Highway 12.
To that oral amendment, or to the amendment,
Thank you, Mr. President. As Senator Drazkowski mentioned, there are communities in southern Minnesota that have objection to this. And every time this comes up, I hear from my county commissioners, my county sheriff, and they do not want this. And so this, again, respecting what local communities want to do, this language, which was presented by the Deer Hunters Association, would keep in place for those southern Minnesota counties who do not want this, would not change what is currently happening for them. That being said, I also would recommend a no vote on the underlying amendment, but would ask for a green vote and ask for a roll call on my oral amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
A roll call requested, roll call granted to the amendment. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I guess I'm a little shocked that this provision isn't in the bill, Mr. President. We worked on this for years. We worked with this with stakeholders from across the state. We worked on this with the agency. We worked on this bipartisanly. We had members on both sides of the aisle with this bill coming forward. And I guess, Mr. President, at this point in time, I'd like to ask if Senator Herr would yield for a question.
Senator Herr, will you yield for a question? He will yield. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Herr, there was a lot of good things that went through your committee process, and I can tell you that this was probably one of them that made the most sense to me. This was one of them that, like I said, was a bipartisan effort. It was by agency. Across the board, we had agreement on this because it made sense. The ban of rifle rounds south of Highway 12 makes no sense. It makes no sense. And we even made carve-outs for some of those senators that had, ongoing issues with the caveat, Mr. President, that they could go back and go to the way that the rest of the state was if they ever changed their mind. My question to Senator Herr is, what the heck happened?
Senator Herr, briefly to the question.
Thank you, Senator, for posing that question. Actually, I re-explained early on when Senator Jasinski brought up the amendment that the language that was being improved upon, exempting certain county, and Senator Lane, all due respect, with your amendment to it too, is to give the county to make this decision before bringing it back to the Senate or the legislature, so that we can avoid talking about it year after year. And so that is in the policy bill, and it's going to conferencing. So guarantee that will be discussed in conference already. But again, this has been reintroduced, and I would like to shift us back to Senator Bolden or oral amendment to Senator Jasinski's amendment first. If you have any other question that you want to talk about, the amendment as a whole, I'll be willing to entertain your question.
Senator Lang.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I don't think I understood what happened. Like I said, this was a huge group of investors. This was a huge group of people that had their minds, their hearts, and their ideas behind all this. We had peace in the valley, Mr. President. Now we have an amendment before us that goes right back to where we started from. In fact, it just changes it just a little bit, because I don't know. I mean, maybe I should ask Senator Weber to yield for a question and see what his county commissioner is up. He's south of Highway 12. Senator Dames is south of Highway 12. I'm south of Highway 12. Mr. President, that makes no sense. My county commissioners wouldn't agree with that. I think Senator Bolden's oral amendment is off base. I would recommend a red vote on that and a green vote on the underlying amendment, Mr. President.
Any more discussion before we go to the vote? On the amendment to the amendment, that's what we're on, the amendment to the amendment. Any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this is definitely an effort to gut the amendment. That's what it is, Mr. President. It's really, as Senator Lang pointed out, not much of a change from where it is now. It does not give us uniformity as a state. We're one of 3.5 states that have this type of prohibition right now remaining. The rest of them have adopted some form of rifle season in their states. I mentioned the 471.633 section. A local community can currently regulate the discharge of firearms in any way that they want in their community. There's no need for this in our state. I'd encourage a no vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. I'm trying to get us through this, through our business. And if I can encourage you all to stay near the floor so we can kind of keep things moving. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment is not the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, we're on the underlying amendment, which is the Jaskowski amendment. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. One more thing, and I'd like to ask if Senator Hur will yield for another question.
Senator Hur, will you yield? And is this related to the A16, Senator Lang?
That is correct, Mr. President.
He will yield. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question I would ask you, Senator Hur, is just prior, you mentioned that it's in the policy bill. Could you explain that a little further?
Senator Hur to the question.
Yes, it is in the policy bill, and it's waiting for us to take this finance bill, and likely that we'll be holding a conference committee to get some concurrent from the House with their own environment bill. I'll keep it for now and just answer you. But the language that we worked together in the committee, and you and I worked together, and you put a provision, very strong provision in there, already in the policy bill, so it's guaranteed to move forward. And I rather not take a step back and begin from the ground, which will end up very redundant. We're going to have members here going to add their county for exemption of unlimited shotgun zone. So we're going to spend pretty much 30 minutes or even an hour for members to add their exemption of their own county. And so I rather that we don't vote for this bill or withdraw, and then I'll work on the provision that's already in the policy bill that you work on.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just had several text messages while we're standing here on the floor that said it is not in the House. It is not in the House policy bill. This is an important step to put this amendment on to this bill. Mr. President, Senator Kupik, I would say thank you for bringing this bill forward. I wish it would have been included and we wouldn't have to have the discussion today. But for the rest of the body, please vote green on this amendment. It makes a lot of sense. There was a lot of work put into this prior to today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion before we get to Senator Drazkowski? Senator Kupik.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Lang, Senator Drazkowski. I, too, share the concern that it may not be in the other bill. So I would definitely support Senator Drazkowski's amendment here on the floor today. Thank you.
Senator Nelson.
Mr. President, I would like to make an oral amendment.
You would like to do an amendment to the amendment. Do your oral amendment.
An amendment to the A16 amendment?
That is correct.
Yes, Mr. President. We have voted on this before in this chamber this year. We have voted on this many times in this chamber. Members, I move that we insert omitting or exempting Olmsted County and Dodge County.
Senator Nelson, can you tell us where you want that to be inserted? You didn't give us a line. You didn't give us the things that it would require.
Mr. President.
Mr. President?
For what purpose do you rise, Senator Lang?
Just a point of, well, I guess it'd be a point of privilege at this point, Mr. President, but just maybe I could save the body a little bit of time that's saying that is already in the bill, the exemption for Olmsted County. Unless I stand corrected, Mr. President, it's been in there the whole time. It's in Senator Kupek's. I don't think Senator Nelson needs to make an amendment.
Members, that is not an appropriate interruption, but I understand that we're on a day of trying to get our footing. All right, Senator Nelson, you have to be very specific about your oral amendment if you want us to do that. So can you please tell us where you would want it and what language? Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. If, in fact, the exemptions exist, I will perhaps be coming back, depending on what happens with this A16 amendment, and I will be glad to speak to why those exemptions must exist at that time, should this amendment be adopted. I will be voting no on this amendment.
Members, we're on the A16. We're on the A16 Drazkowski amendment. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Yes. Seeing none, Senator Drazkowski, to your A16.
Are we down to the, is there an amendment to the amendment, Mr. President?
No, there wasn't an amendment to the amendment.
Okay, I encourage your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A16 Drazkowski amendment. Members, please vote as fast as you can so we can keep moving our business forward. Members, remember that you're not supposed to be at the desk talking to each other during a vote, please. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those who are voting pursuant to 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. Anyone else? All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the A16 Drazkowski Amendment is adopted. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A23 amendment.
Senator Green offers the A23 amendment. The secretary will report the A23 amendment.
Senator Green moves to amend House File Number 3911 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 43, delete Section 24. This is the A23 amendment.
Senator Green to your A23.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A23 amendment simply removes a section in the bill. If you read the section in the bill, it sounds like I'm taking a lot out, but I'm really not. In this section of the bill, it says that Indian tribes have first right of refusal on tax forfeited lands within their boundaries. They already have that. They won't lose that if this comes out. But what this also says is that the tax forfeited lands will be sold at a reduced cost. And I've talked many times about how concerned my counties are with this. Monoman County alone, now we've already had to reduce the services in our hospital, and it's becoming a real problem across the state, actually, with other hospitals as well. So the other issue with this is that if this goes on, I do believe that it will also hurt the policies of the tribe to try to get the land, because what's going to happen if this goes on is my counties or counties around the state simply will refuse to put this land up for sale. And so that's a short version of the amendment, Mr. President, and I'll stand for questions, but other than that, I think it speaks for itself, and I would ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Hurd.
Mr. President, I think that this issue of land transfer and that relation to tribal nation is very sensitive, and I would prefer that this be brought up for next year for discussion. Thorough discussions needed on this. I object to the amendment, the A23 amendment, but I'll defer to Senator Kunish on this provision. If she's not available, I just want to tell member to vote no on this amendment.
Senator Kunish on the A23.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's really important that, first of all, we just stop and think about this for a minute. These are lands that are located in the boundaries of a federally recognized Indian reservation. So these are lands that the federal government recognizes as sovereign lands to unique Indian nations. And the fact that those lands that should be under the control and the stewardship of those tribal nations have been removed from the rights of the tribes and now are being managed and used by the county for funding of all those things. And it's a good thing, because a lot of the tribal people use those services, such as the hospitals and those sort of thing. You say you believe it will hurt the counties and that the counties will stop selling those lands. That's an interesting comment, that they would do that. If these were lands outside of an Indian reservation, would the counties stop? And this is just a rhetorical question. Would the counties stop selling
those land forfeiture lands if it wasn't within an Indian reservation because they're nervous that tribal governments will sell them. I just want you to stop and think about that for a minute. But I do want to say I hope that we all vote against this, this amendment because it's important to know that there have been discussions, there have been talks with the counties around this issue, and they're very close to coming up with an agreement. So I would suggest that we not pass this amendment this year. We wait and see what happens with these discussions with the counties and revisit this next year if that agreement is not acceptable. And so, members, I would ask you to vote no.
Members, we're on the 823 amendment. If there are no other discussions, we're going to go to the author of the amendment, and then we're going to vote. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think Senator Kunish actually made my point. And the issue is that when the lands go in, they no longer get tax value. That's the problem that the counties have. But I think we've belabored it enough. We've talked about it enough. And so I would just ask for a green vote, Mr. President. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the 823. Members, please vote. Members, if you're sitting at your desk, if you would please vote, that'd be great. Anyone who's not on the floor, please make your way to the floor so we can vote and keep going forward with our business. Senator Baden, for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Frentz votes no.
And Senator Frentz votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. All senators having All senators having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 33 noes, the 823 Green Amendment is not adopted. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll offer the A15 amendment.
Senator Howell offers the A15 amendment. The Secretary will report the A15 amendment.
Senator Howell moves to amend House File Number 3911 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 27, after line 17, insert. This is the A15 amendment.
Senator Howell to your A15 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, what this amendment would do, right now we have lands that are put into conservation easements, and of course their property taxes are reduced, but right now we have counties, when they do their ditch assessments, are still assessing these pieces of property which do not produce anything. So when they assess them for a ditch assessment, they're saying that they benefit from the ditch. Well, actually, the ditch is actually benefiting from the piece of property because it's in the conservation easement, because it retains its water. So what this will do, it will prevent these pieces of property that are in a conservation easement from being assessed a ditch assessment. And so I've run this past the DNR. The Department of Natural Resources likes this language, and I ask for a green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Howell, because you asked for a green vote, are you asking for a roll call?
I ask for your support.
Senator Herr.
Mr. President, I ask that Senator Howell will yield.
Senator Howell, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Herr.
Senator Howell, have you checked or get input from the drainage work group?
Senator Howell.
I didn't quite catch what the last piece was. Did I check with what work group?
Drainage work group.
Senator Howe.
No, I have not checked with the drainage work group yet. I didn't know there was one.
Senator Herr.
Okay, Mr. President and Senator Howe, I think if you would withdraw this provision and then we will introduce it next year and have a discussion on this, I'm willing to work with you in the next session. Or if you want to proceed forward, then I will ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Herr, I was hoping to have a hearing on this year, and you told me that it was if the DNR accepted it. I connected you, sent you the information from the DNR. I had hoped that we would get this done this year. But we will, with that, Mr. President, as long as Senator Herr guarantees we'll get a hearing on this next year and we can have that drainage work group piece done, I will withdraw the amendment and we will see this next year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Howe withdraws the A15. Senator Housechild.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to bring us back to the most critical part of this omnibus, which is beavers. I think 2024 may go down as the beaver wars of 2024. Little inside joke there, but I have an A1 amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Housechild offers the A1 amendment. The Secretary will report the A1 amendment.
Senator Housechild moves to amend House File Number 3911 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 27 after line 17, insert. This is the A1 amendment.
Senator Housechild to your A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is pretty technical and simple. For any beavers that are killed on a landowner's land, we want to be sure that that landowner has the opportunity to keep that carcass for mounting or eating or any other purpose that they deem noteworthy. This has been brought forward as supported by the DNR. There have been cases of my constituents and others who have wanted to keep a carcass but just simply couldn't because of this error. So hoping you can join me in supporting the A1 amendment, possibly as a friendly amendment even.
Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a good amendment. I recommend a green vote as well.
Any other discussion on the A1 amendment? Senator Herr.
Thank you, and I'd like to reiterate Senator Housechild said maybe this year is a beaver war year. Being that we have so many compassionate members from different parts of the state bringing forth legislation to make sure that our beaver are respected and also be cordial with our human partners. So I accept this as a friendly amendment.
With that being said, there's a roll call that was requested. I think, was there a roll call requested? Oh, sorry, it was there when we withdrew the earlier one. All in favor of the A1, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The A1 is adopted. Members, any other amendments before we go forward? Senator Housechild.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A14 amendment.
Senator Housechild offers the A14 amendment. The Secretary will report the A14.
Senator Housechild moves to amend House File Number 3911 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 21 after line 25, insert. This is the A14 amendment.
Senator Housechild to your A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like, bear with me here, I'd like to divide the amendment if possible, starting at line 1.20 down.
All right. All right. So the Secretary will report the division.
Senator Housechild requests to divide the A14 amendment as follows. The first part of the amendment will be lines 1.5 through 1.20, and the second part will be 1.21 through 2.16.
Those are the two parts. Which part would you like to take first?
Mr. President, we can start at the top.
So you want to speak to that?
Yes,
Senator
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the following amendment that has been divided is a priority for the governor's office and the DNR to make some rule adjustments to better manage mineral revenues in the state. Unfortunately, supplemental budgets came out a little late this year, and we were unable to get a hearing in the Environment Committee and move it through the process. And so the first provision that we're talking about right now would expand the circumstances in which the DNR can deposit money in the existing special advance royalty account for taconite mineral leases. Currently, the language only allows the DNR to use this account for revenues related to the extension of existing leases. The proposed language would allow the DNR to also use the revenue from new taconite leases, and it's really critical for our local communities, schools, counties, et cetera, that rely on taconite taxes. So hopeful that we can get a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hawj, for our members, I recommend a green vote on both sides of the amendment.
Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is non-controversial language, and this is bipartisan, as you can heard from Senator Eichhorn and Senator Hawj. So green vote or voice vote, yay. Thank you.
Senator Hawj, are you still interested in having it divided, seeing that I'm hearing language that they want you to take the whole entire amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, we still want a divided amendment. So if we could do, is it possible, Mr. President, to do a roll call on the second part of the divided amendment?
We have to deal with one section at a time. Yes,
Thank you. So yes, Mr. President, we'll keep it divided and move forward with this amendment.
So the Secretary will report the first part of the amendment, the lines, and we'll do that as a voice vote.
The first portion of the Hawj amendment, the A14 amendment, is lines 1.4 to 1.20.
Mr. President?
Yes, Senator Hawj.
I've just been informed that, unfortunately, sorry for mixing this up, but perhaps because we want a roll call on the second piece of the amendment, that perhaps we would start there.
Okay. So let's go to, so you want to do the second part first? Is that what you're saying, Senator Hawj?
Yes, Mr. President. I think that would be worthwhile. That way we can do a roll call. From my understanding, we can't do a roll call on the second piece after doing a voice vote on the first piece.
You can do a roll call on either piece. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Let's just move forward with the way we're doing it then. Sorry for the mix-up.
So we're going to move forward with the first part, lines 1.14 to 1.20. Is that correct? That's right, 1.4 to 1.20. That is the one that you want a voice vote. All in favor of that portion of the amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. Members, we're now on the second part of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The second part is regarding a provision for royalties that the DNR made in 1995 to develop a mathematical formula and chart for managing the influence of inflation on lease rates and revenues. However, the DNR recently discovered an error in the lease formula that must be changed to ensure existing and future leases are properly accounting for inflation. The proposed language would correct this error to ensure an accurate accounting of historic inflation going back to 1995 and would also ensure that it remains up to date moving forward, Mr. President. Asking for a yes vote on this provision and would ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. And Senator Herr to that amendment.
Yeah, thank you to that amendment. Thank you, Senator Hawj, for bringing this forward. I just ask members to vote based on their district. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll. Hold it. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had a couple of questions for the author of this amendment. Senator Hawj, if you would yield.
Senator Hawj, will you yield? He will yield. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hawj. Senator Hawj, how would this change affect state leases?
Senator Hawj, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McEwen, In essence, what we are doing is allowing the DNR to fix an error in the royalty structure for leases. And so the way it would impact that is the change, allowing for the fix to the inflation on those leases for non-ferrous mining projects.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Housechild. And then a follow-up is, have you spoken with the Office of School Trust Lands? And if you have, do they have a position on this change?
Senator Housechild.
Mr. President, Senator McEwen, I do not know the answer to that question. My apologies.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Senator Housechild, for that. I am a little bit concerned about not knowing what the impact would be with this change on the royalty revenue for the school trust. And I have made some inquiries, and what I have heard is that there are some concerns there. I would like to find out more information about what this change it would entail and how it would affect the royalties for these proposed projects. Of course, as we know, we do not have currently a non-ferrous mining in Minnesota, and many of us believe for good reason. If that ever were to be established, absolutely we would want the communities to be greatly benefiting from that type of project, and I'm a little wary of making changes without fully flushing out how that would affect the local communities. So at this time, respectfully, I will not be supporting this amendment pending finding out more information, and I would ask others to consider doing the same. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator from Hermantown yield for a question?
He will yield for a question. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wondering, I want to verify that this is language that is supported by the DNR.
Senator Housechild.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Farnsworth, yes, that's correct.
Any other questions? Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you. I wonder if the senator would continue to yield.
Will you continue to yield? He will. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. The follow-up to that question is the royalties that this is talking about. What purposes would those royalties be used for?
Senator Housechild, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Farnsworth. The royalties for this would go to local communities, local schools, anything that those lease payments for royalties would go towards. So it would be very beneficial to the local communities. But it also goes to the state through various formulas as well. So in a smaller amount, but still enough to be impactful.
Any other discussions on the A14 amendment? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll on the A14, the second part. Members, please vote. Senator Umu Verbatim, you're not ready yet. Okay. Members, please vote. Senator Umu Verbatim, those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Frentz votes aye.
And Senator French votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. Any other votes? All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 43 ayes and 21 nays. The A14 Hawj amendment, the second portion, is adopted. Any other amendments? Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A17.
Senator Bowden offers the A17 amendment. The secretary will report the A17 amendment.
Senator Bolden moves to amend House File Number 3911 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 3, line 17, delete $2 million. This is the A17 amendment.
Senator Bowden, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would ask for a roll call and ask for a green vote. Briefly, this...
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is related to a tax forfeited property in my district in Haverhill Township. It is a 12-acre space that for decades has been used to store tires. There are approximately 100,000 tires on this property, some shredded, some whole. There are abandoned outbuildings. There are abandoned vehicles. It was that the property owners did not take care of it. It is an environmental hazard at this point. That is now the responsibility of Olmsted County. It is estimated that it will be upwards of $1 million to remediate this property, which is a challenge for Olmsted County. So this would allocate $100,000, which would just be a start, a portion of what this will take. To do that for Olmsted County. The funds is coming from Senator McEwen's, what was previously the composting fund. I've spoken with her about that. I've spoken with Chair Herr about this. I have also been in contact with MPCA about this, and they are all supportive, would ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Senator Bowden, are you asking for a roll call? Roll call has been requested. That's true. Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Herr.
Thank you for the kindness of Senator McEwen to share her part to make this possible, and to Senator Bowden for bringing up this legislation. It's a vote yes legislation, so member, I encouraged your green vote as roll call come around.
Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Looking at the amendment, it only appears to affect just one small parcel and in Senator Bolden's district. I don't have a problem with it if she wants to remove the roll call. I would recommend people vote green. I don't see an issue with it.
Senator Bowden, you want to remove the roll call?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you.
All right, members. All in favor of the A17 amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The A17 is adopted. Any other amendments before we go to third reading? Seeing none, the secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 3911, a bill for an act relating to state government appropriating money for environment and natural resources.
Third reading. Members, just remember, we are trying to move this agenda along today because we have other things that we have to do. So I am saying that as gently as possible. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. I want to thank the committees for this bill, and I'm going to be voting yes today on this because there's just a lot of good stuff there. There are two things I want to point out that hopefully that are of great concern to people that I care about. One is the packaging thing, and I know it's well intended, but I urge the conferees to listen to the voices who find this to be problematic. The same thing with the boat wrap. But members, and I appreciate the mercury light ban. I think it's time to get rid of those. But I think the highlight of the bill, Mr. President, is the manure management grants, which I think, given the neighborhood we're in, maybe it's kind of suitable. So anyway, thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussions on third reading before we go to the author? Seeing none, Senator Herr, final comment. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Eichhorn.
Sorry, Mr. President. I think we're getting going on too many things, and I wanted to get in a last word just before.
Okay. Senator Eichhorn, and then we're going to Senator Hochschild.
Senator Hochschild can go first as the lead. I don't mind going right before Senator Herr.
Senator Hochschild.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we want to move quickly. I just want to talk about how amazing this bill is. Thank you, Chair Herr and members of the committee for working on this. Critical Materials Recovery Task Force. This is really important for us to get the critical minerals we need across the state. I'm all about an all-above approach on that, so that's a great thing. The second thing is we've got to get our kids outside. Minnesota has some of the best outdoors imaginable in this country, particularly I would say in northern Minnesota, and we have these great outdoor school opportunities for our kids. Unfortunately, not every child and not every school district can afford sending their kids to these opportunities. And my point is that just an opportunity to get outdoors could be the catalyst for a child to explore the outdoors for the rest of their lives. So we have $2 million in this bill. Thank you, Chair Herr, for including that to help us get our kids more outside and experience those great outdoors that we have here in Minnesota. I want to thank Senator Eichhorn for the unsafe ice search and rescue. I think that's a great bipartisan provision that has been asked by us, by law enforcement. Helium. We discovered one of the richest deposits of helium in the world in my district in northern Minnesota. This bill will help us create the regulatory framework as well as the royalty structure that we need to make sure that our local communities benefit and that we're doing it properly. We have an increase in the ATV grant and aid program that will help us create more ATV opportunities all across our communities and connect our communities with those trails. Unbeknownst to many of us, I think, permitting reform is also included in this bill. The provision that we had in the transmission bill earlier this year is also included in this bill as a dual track. So grateful for the bipartisan support on that. And lastly, the lands bill, the most exciting thing in this bill. We do have a really cool provision in there in Senator Farnsworth, I believe's district, for the Hill Annex mine to go back into mining production and then hopefully eventually back to a state park or some other recreation. So just grateful for this great piece of legislation. Thank you, Chair Herr, again for including all these incredible provisions.
Senator Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very briefly, I just want to thank Chair Herr again for including the Packaging Waste and Cost Reduction Act. This is a waste stream reduction act, this is a Clean Water Act, and this is a Climate Action Act that will be good for Minnesota and Minnesotans. It'll decrease the amount of money that individuals, taxpayers, and local governments pay for recycling. It's a business opportunity. We have businesses across the state that use these recyclable materials for their businesses. And I want to be clear, this is not a tax on Minnesotans. And we have really good evidence from Canada and Europe that this does not change the cost of products. So a big thank you to everyone, and particularly to Cassie Tomerdahl and Ben Stanley. Thank you for your hard work.
Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to thank Senator Herr and his staff. They were absolutely incredible. I appreciate the professionalism, the expertise, and the compassion for the environment that you've all shown through this. I would like to just really say how much I appreciate the opportunity to begin discussions about returning some of these lands that have been taken from our tribal nations, returning them back to the stewardship and to the sovereignty of the nations. I think it's really important that one part of it, the Strategic Land Asset Management Report that is in this bill, that is requiring the Commissioner of Natural Resources to submit a report to the chairs and the ranking minority members of the House and the Senate on how the Department of Natural Resource Land Asset Management Program will approach potential transfers of the land to our tribal nations. It's really important that we start these conversations, that the development as we go forward is done in a very systematic, strategic way, and appreciate the fact that we have this opportunity to make positive change in our state. Thank you.
Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to start by saying, Senator Herr, thank you to you and your staff. Again, thank you for the work that we've done together on some of this bill. I didn't mention I don't think anybody's mentioned the electronic licensing system implementation that you have in there. That's another good piece as well that I think we're moving forward on. I still have a lot of concerns, specifically around the EPR piece of the bill, and I continue to have those concerns. Hopefully you're able to work on those during conference committee. I'm hoping that you're able to have some more discussions with the wood products industry to make sure that there is a true consensus coming up. I I'm also, I just want to share some of my displeasure, Senator Herr, not with you, but with the bill in general and just how the business has gone today. I think we can all agree that the environment is one of our most important assets, and I think you typically see that in the debate that happens. It's typically can be very heated, and people are very passionate about different parts of the environment. And we had several more amendments that we wanted to talk about. We wanted to keep talking about the environment and having that robust discussion so Minnesotans could see that publicly. But unfortunately today we were provided two options. We could either sit down, shut up, and vote, so that way we can move the business along and get to an ethics hearing. That is also very important to the general public. Or we could push that late into the night so we could continue to make that, to continue to protect that member so that way they don't have to have that hearing in front of the public. So today, we're choosing, unfortunately, to sit down, shut up, and vote, which is a disservice to the state of Minnesota, but they also deserve to see that hearing in public. So unfortunately, we didn't get to have that robust discussion around environment we really wanted to have. I hope as this moves on, you continue to act in the bipartisan fashion you have. One of the reasons I was okay not offering more of those amendments so we could get to that hearing is because I know you've worked well with us in the past, and I hope you'll continue to do that. I've appreciated the working relationship you've had both with myself and Senator Wiesenberg and Senator Lang. You've made time for us. So with that, Mr. Chair, because of some of the troubling pieces in the bill and not being able to have the full discussion, I would recommend a no vote today, but I'm hoping we can keep working on this together, Senator Herr, and thank you again.
Senator Herr.
Thank you very much, members, and thank you, Senator Eichhorn. And my door is wide open to work with you, members on the other aisles, and also members on my caucus as well. This is a good bill, and I hope for bipartisan support. Earlier, when I did my introduction, I named a few projects that need highlighted. But as I close, I also want to name a few that I didn't mention in my introduction that are worthwhile to state it here as I conclude. One is the soft purchasing report. The other is in funding for the International Wolf Center. The school trust land recreation use report. The ATV grant in aid. The prospector loop, and also Trout Ambassador program. And also the 3D water quality extension. It's a new technology that helps clean our lake, and we had set a pilot program last year, and it's happening yesterday as they deploy that mechanism as I get the report from Senator Jasinski in his area of Owatonna. So hopefully that's success as well. So member, I hope for your bipartisan support. I'd like to and appreciate every member that stand up, thank our staffs, and I'd like to reiterate that again. And I'd like to first thank our members, Vice Chair Senator Jim McCune, and Minority Lead Senator Eichhorn, Senator Green, Senator Hawj, Senator Hoffman, Senator Kunesh, Senator Lang, Senator Morrison, and Senator Wiesenberg. Thank you all for your collaboration. And also staff, committee staff, our council fiscal analyst Dan Mueller, Senate counsel Ben Stanley, and my committee administrator cannot have gone this far without you, Carla Jefferson, my committee legislative assistant, you two, Mike Calvu, and the hero of my community here is Cassie Tomadov, DFL Research, and I'm sure her counterpart is also a hero on the GOP side too, Greg Axley, for getting our committee moving forward day by day and weeks by week. I also want to thank Allison Kent, draft supporter specialist, and our community pages, CJ, Olivia, and Princess. So thank you all, and ask for your support of this bill.
The Secretary will take the roll for final passage on House File 3911 as amended. Members, please vote. Senator Umu Verbatim, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 40 ayes and 27 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we're going to taxes. Oh, okay. We're going to House File 5247. Senator Rest for the Omnibus Tax Bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm going to begin by giving my thanks to everyone who contributed to the this year's tax bill. You have gratitude from the bottom of my heart, whether your provision is in here or not, but almost half the people in this body have a provision in the tax bill. Mr. President, I have the A31 amendment.
Senator Rest offers the A31 amendment. The Secretary will report the A31 amendment.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Senator Rest moves to amend House File Number 5247 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 70, line 11, before the first safety, insert firearm. This is the A31 amendment.
Senator Rest to your A31 amendment.
Thank you very much. I will point out as I go through it briefly that some of the items here are not technical. So if you want to follow along. Lines 1.4 to 115 deal with definitions of safety device. We have a sales tax exemption for safety devices, gun safety devices in the bill, and what's included in these lines are the elements of the definition that is being proposed to be adopted by the Streamlined Sales Tax Governing Board. Lines 116 to 120 adds a data privacy provision requested by Senator Drazkowski that has been reviewed by Senator Latz. Line 121 extends the sunset date of the data center sales tax exemption to sales and purchases made before July 1, 2050. The bill before you did not have that extension. The original bill had it until from 2042 to 2059. This meets it halfway. 122 to 124 modifies the sales tax exemption for construction materials for projects in Duluth and Ely, and re-identifies the site. Lines 125 to 126 adds a statutory reference to the sales tax chapter dealing with various redevelopment projects in the city of St. Cloud. 127 to 24 adds a provision that applies to refunds for all construction materials sales tax exemptions to clarify and specify that the amount, refund amount, applies both to the state rate and also the 0.375 legacy rate. Lines 2.5 to 2.9 deals with the prevailing wage items that are in our language that are in the in two places in the tax bill, and just simply removes that phrase prevailing wage because it is identified by reference. The 210 to 217 adds the prevailing wage language that was requested by DLI and reviewed and modified by nonpartisan counsel. 218 to 3.1 was language that was added in committee, but it went into the wrong article, and so this correction is made at this point. Lines 3.2 removes the language reference to the it's the same language, but it removes it from the wrong article. And line 3.3 replaces to with for grammar and style. Mr. President, that's the A31 amendment. I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion on the A31 rest amendment? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll on the A31 amendment. Members, please vote. We have to move expeditiously today. Thank you for your patience. Senator Umu Verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. All members having voted who desired to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 0 noes, the A33 rest amendment is adopted. Senator Rest, do you have any other amendments?
No.
Is it okay for me to go to the other amendments?
No, I want to speak about my bill.
Okay. Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last year, the poster child of the 2023 Omnibus Tax Bill was indeed a child. We passed the best child tax credit in the country, and this year we are improving on it. As of today, there has been over $510 million in credits claimed by families under the child tax credit, the signature initiative of Governor Tim Walz. The total number of qualifying children is 411,000, and the average credit per return is almost 2,500, and the total returns claiming it is 2,399. What we're doing this year is improving on the child tax credit by including advance payments. We differ a bit from what the governor proposed and the House, but it is all of the same principles are carried in each bill. We were able to do it at a reduced cost. In addition to the child tax credits, advance payments, and the minimum payment, we have provided some $33 million for local tax relief across the state in the form of sales tax exemptions for local government projects, and we are happy to do that. Many local communities are going to see almost 3 dozen of them are going to see some relief with that provision. We also included an additional $2 million into town aid. They got nothing, no increase last year. And we did the same thing in the soil and water conservation district aid for this year. In addition to that, we invested in job training through Senator Dornick's bill that recognizes the importance of career and technical education by including more of those expenses in the K-12 education credit. We also provided a provision because we know, and Senator Kunish has told us this more than once, of the dire need for more special education teachers, and so we expanded the qualifications for the master's degree attainment tax credit to special education professionals seeking to enhance their training and allowing them, because they need a master's degree to become to earn their teacher's licenses. Part of the amendment referenced the data centers that are located in Minnesota, and we highlight them to ensure our competitiveness and attract construction jobs and long-term jobs. That is, we also have provisions from the governor's policy bills and technical bills. We have an article on the tax increment financing, very similar to that in the House. One interesting, I believe, fact about the township aid is to remind ourselves that we have 1,778 townships. When we spread that $2 million over those 1,778 townships, White Bear Township, Senator Gustafson in Ramsey gets a $3 increase, but Senator Westrom Pryor in Big Stone County, their allocation is $3,974. Members, that's an overall summary of the bill. We did one more thing. We did provide reform of the sales tax, local sales tax provisions that will allow local governments with all kinds of guidelines and restrictions, if you will, to enact local sales taxes beyond, when we get beyond the lifting the moratorium, so that they will not have to come to the legislature in order to offer a local sales tax to their constituents in a referendum. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, thank you so much. We're on the tax bill. I am going to go to Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am standing in for Senator Abler. I have the A17 amendment.
Senator Duckworth offers the A17 amendment. The Secretary will report the A17 amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend House File Number 5247 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 26 after line 10, insert. This is the A17 amendment.
Senator Duckworth to your A17 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And Senator Rest, it's my understanding that Senator Abler maybe had some conversation with you as it relates to this. I'll certainly take whatever you have to say regarding it to heart. This is an amendment that would provide a little bit of property tax relief for congressionally chartered veteran service organizations like your local VFW. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rest to the A17 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, Senator Duckworth, and I had spoken with Senator Abler. This does shift property taxes. It does create a $50,000 increase per year. Doesn't sound like much in property tax refunds, but it busts my target. This bill spends every dollar of our target, and I request a roll call and ask members to vote no.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Any other discussion on the A17 before we vote? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly, I can certainly respect where Senator Rest is coming from with sort of a last-minute amendment that would interfere with her target. I won't criticize that. The only thing I'll ask us to do, Mr. President, is to be mindful of the fact that charities, nonprofits are looking to the legislature for some tax relief after some bills or laws that were passed last session. So if we can continue to be mindful of that before the end of session and try to help them, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Members, seeing no other discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the A17 amendment. Members, if we can move a little faster, that'd be great. I'm trying to get you in and out. Senator Umu verbatim. Those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Mr. President.
Senator Duckworth, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 34 noes, the A17 amendment is not adopted. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I have the A27 amendment.
Senator Nelson offers the A27 amendment. The Secretary will report the A27 amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend House File Number 5247 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 134, after line 8, insert. This is the A27 amendment.
Senator Nelson to your A27 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the A27 amendment repeals the 2023 tax bill language regarding e-poll tabs. You might recall that that was extremely controversial on this floor. Many of us stood up and talked about how
Mr. President?
removing the open all feature.
Senator Rest, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of order, Mr. President.
State your point.
Section 349 is not referenced in this bill, and so this amendment is not germane under Rule 35.2 Senate rules. With apologies to Senator Nelson, it's not germane to this tax bill.
A point of order has been raised by Senator Rest pursuant to 35.2. Advice, Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President and members, this provision was carried in the tax bill in 2023. It's difficult to imagine that it would not be relevant, that it would not be germane to the tax bill this year.
Senator Klein, advice.
Further advice, Mr. President. Yeah, that was carried in a tax bill in a previous year. There's nothing in the current year's tax bill which relates to Section 349 or anything remotely to do with e-pull tab policy or the Gambling Control Board. I advise you to sustain the point of order.
Members, the point of order is well taken.
I appeal the ruling of the chair of the President.
Members, the ruling of the chair has been appealed. Senator.
Roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call, requested roll call granted. A green vote upholds the ruling of the president, and a red vote doesn't. Members, please vote. Members, we're on an appeal of the decision of the president. A green vote upholds the ruling of the president, and a red vote obviously doesn't. Members, please vote. Senator Baden, for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye. Senator Duckworth or Senator Jasinski? Senator Duckworth, for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no. Members, this is also a good time to remind you to stay near the chambers because we need to move a little faster today. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 43 ayes and 20 noes. The decision of the president is upheld. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. In an effort to move expeditiously, I have decided to withdraw 3 different amendments that I had. I want to just talk about them all just briefly. And I have one amendment that I've talked with the chair about, and she seemed to have some interest, so I do want to offer that one. The first one that I am withdrawing is, or that I'm not going to offer, is the A4 amendment, and that would have strengthened the voter turnout during the elections that are offered. It would have required actually the local option sales tax or local sales tax, the new local sales tax, to be voted on in the even years only at general elections. But actually Senator Rest has good language in the bill that even requires on the off years that those elections do happen on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November. So I withdrew that one, or didn't offer that one. The second one, members, I will just draw your attention to in the bill, and I found it problematic that the local sales tax this authority in the bill being granted to local communities is going to allow them to do a local sales tax for things including a convention center, a park, a regional sports complex, or a trail. Members, those are niceties. We need to allow local communities to focus on the things they need, and they really, 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 really need water projects, wastewater projects, road projects, and bridge projects. And my amendment would have taken out the niceties that I mentioned earlier and replaced them with needed items. So I did not offer the A30. The A7 that I was going to offer would have focused on the expansions around the child tax credit. As you will recall in the bill, and Senator Rest pointed this out, this is now being expanded to include an advanced payment option, so people getting this refundable tax credit can get it in advance in July in the bill. They can also be guaranteed, if they participate in the advanced program, in getting an additional minimum amount in the next year without even knowing whether or not they've qualified for it. Members, this is creating really a welfare distribution mechanism within the tax code. We are turning the tax code into a welfare agency. And so I would have removed those expansions, and that would have been the A7 amendment. And the one that I will offer, and I'm not going to talk on third reading, this is all you're going to hear from me on this bill, Mr. President, is one that the chair was interested in. I'll offer it. It is the A25 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski offers the A25 amendment. The Secretary will report the A25 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 5247 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 120, after line 23, insert. This is the A25 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski to your A25 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, this is a provision that would treat these discussions in the local communities around the local sales tax to allow even more citizen input. It would be a truth and taxation type meeting that the local jurisdiction would be required to have. It would have to be held before 6 o'clock, and citizens would be allowed to speak about the proposal before that body. That's the amendment, Mr. President. I'd encourage your support.
Any other discussion on the A25? Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is a proposal of great promise because it does indeed allow the public to weigh in, to have reactions, to ask questions about local sales taxes that are being proposed by their local community. And I support the amendment and hope others will as well.
All those in favor of the A25 amendment, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The A25 is adopted. Any other amendments? Any other amendments? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 5247, a bill for an act relating to taxation, modifying individual income taxes, corporate franchise taxes, etc.
Third reading. Any other discussion before the last voice we hear before we vote will be that of Senator Rest. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Senator Rest. I think as we look at this year's tax bill, we can see a true effort made to produce a bipartisan bill. Whether we're talking about the sales tax refunds for our local units of government, whether we're talking about provisions in the bill, she made sure to include provisions from both sides of the aisle. Had someone else been in charge to put this bill together, would there be differences? Of course there would. But I do want to thank her for the role that she has played in bringing us together. Another element that I would like to mention that I am concerned about is the decoupling from Federal's 530, which determines the determination of a 1099 or a W-2 employee. I think that does cause some potential problems as we go down the road, and maybe at some point in time we will need to look at putting that back in place. But for now, I am pleased to say that this is a tax bill that today I will be able to vote for. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise to express my gratitude to Senator Rest for a couple of provisions that are meaningful to me. Our ongoing multi-year long project of making sure the solid waste taxes come over time to the purpose for which they were originally construed, and Senator Rest has been a faithful partner in accomplishing that, and we have another step forward in this bill. Very, very important programs to grant to counties for the purpose of working with cities in managing our solid waste stream in really, really great ways, and so I appreciate that, as well as the opportunity for land banks to receive the benefit of abatements. Of course, her fantastic work in fighting childhood poverty is a really highlight of last year's and this year's bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Baden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank Senator Rest for including two provisions in this tax bill that are really important to me. First is repealing the illegal cannabis and controlled substance tax. That's something that came into effect back in the war on drugs in 1986. Actually requires individuals to go to the Department of Revenue to purchase stamps for illegal drugs. It's a really silly, outdated law, but the impact is real, and people can receive criminal penalties for a failure to pay that tax. Many folks don't even know that they're supposed to go to the Department of Revenue and do that, and we're not raising any revenue from it. So this is a great bill. It's bipartisan. I want to thank my co-authors, Senator Rest and Senator Barr, and I also want to thank Senator Rest for including the Section 530 bill. It's really important for us to remove that tax haven for employer misclassification fraud when it is industry practice, and we know that it has become an industry practice in many different fields. The Department of Revenue supports this, and it's a very important tool for them to fight employer misclassification fraud. Please vote yes.
Members, we have a long list. I just want to remind you of our need to go forward today. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I want to echo the thoughts of Senator Weber and thank Senator Rest for putting together a very bipartisan bill. Mr. President, I'm very pleased to include that a tax credit for the Shakopee program that you so graciously included in the jobs bill was moved forward in this bill. This is a very important pilot for us as we look forward to workforce development. And I just want to thank Senator Rest for reaching across the aisle to work with me on this very important local issue.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to add my name to the chorus of folks thanking Senator Rest for her incredibly hard work on this bill. There's a lot of incredible stuff in here, but there's a specific provision that is small, and there's lots of cities and local units that are getting this. But the sales tax exemption on public construction projects, this is so huge as we continue to build and update and make sure that we maintain our infrastructure in our cities and our counties and throughout our state. And so I just am deeply grateful that the city of Apple Valley made it into this, and also for the attention to the child tax credit and the advance payments, and the attention to reducing childhood poverty and lifting families out of poverty. So I'm deeply grateful for this bill and for the work. Thank you.
Senator Hawj.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I just want to add the echoes of gratefulness to Chair Rest on this incredible tax bill. This is, as I've said before, my favorite committee, and I'm just grateful to be a part of it. I just want to talk about a couple of the provisions that are near and dear to my heart. I introduced the township aid legislation this year. The idea here is that we're trying to get on parity with the increase we made for LGA and CPA last year. So it's the same increase for those programs, making sure that our townships also benefit from that program. And I know Chair Rest also spoke a lot about that. Another thing we did in this bill is an aerospace employee tax credit. the Northland is known for taconite mining, for forestry, for a lot of these legacy industries. But one thing that doesn't get talked about enough is the incredible aerospace industry we have up north with Cirrus Aircraft. And we want to make sure that that continues. However, much like other industries, they're struggling with workforce. So we have in this bill a provision that would provide a tax credit for getting more aerospace employees as part of that critical industry in Minnesota. The soil and water conservation districts, this is an increase one time that we're providing for that as we move forward with providing the funding that they need. I want to talk a little bit about the minerals article just very briefly. It's a big article in this tax bill, but it does two really critical things. Number one, it provides a property tax relief of almost 70% for Iron Range residents on the range through the taconite homestead credit. This is a huge opportunity to provide long-term property tax relief to Iron Range residents so that they can benefit at the grassroots level from mining. In addition to that, we're funding some really great critical infrastructure projects on the range where mining happens, keeping that money on the core Iron Range, and that's exactly what this mineral article is meant to do, and I'm really proud of it. I also want to talk about a pilot program that we're looking to establish by providing a sales tax exemption for a private housing construction project in both Ely and Duluth. I think this could really be an exciting prospect for how we incentivize housing, and my hope is that we can keep this provision in this pilot program in this bill because I think it will produce some incredible amount of housing in the Northland where we're really suffering with that. So with that, a lot of great provisions in this bill. Thank you again, Chair Rest and members of the Tax Committee. It's been a joy, and I hope we can get a lot of these provisions through conference committee. Thank you.
Senator Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick thank you to Senator Rest. Last year, I was the chief author of the tax provision that allowed $300 million to go to every city, county, and tribal nation in Minnesota. This year, we had a public safety aid reporting bill that she suggested that we went forward with. I think it was great. It's going to show us how valuable this bill was and make the case for why this funding should be ongoing. Thank you so much.
Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rest, for your excellent leadership on the Taxes Committee this year. Members, I'm particularly grateful for one unique provision in the bill, which is mine, but also demonstrates the unique culture at the Senate that Senator Rest is able to foster in the Taxes Committee, and that is my provision on limitations on assessments. I was able to work with the good Senator from Mazeppa, Senator Oskowski, on this, and with the Department of Revenue. I think all of us have had the experience of small businesses or large businesses in our district believing they had a certain tax burden, particularly sales tax, and then after reinterpretation by the department, understanding that they had a much larger tax burden or even a penalty that they owed retroactively. We felt like that was just wrong, that tax penalties and assessments should not be changed without legislative action, and we got that into this bill, so that won't occur anymore going forward. Senator Rest insists on bipartisan and nonpartisanship on the committee, and it produces great fruit as we've seen in this bill. Thank you, Senator Rest.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. I rise in support of the tax bill in front of us. I do want to thank Senator Rest for her leadership on the committee, which is very well run, and I appreciate the focus on bipartisanship as much as possible. Particularly, I appreciate two things specifically in this tax bill. One is obviously the local project construction sales tax exemptions. Many of us believe that one unit of government should not be taxing another, and a good portion of the tax target was actually allotted to exempting construction sales tax on those projects that are so important in our district, saving our taxpayers dollars. The second piece that I'm particularly pleased about has to do with the data centers, the large-scale data centers. I think that is a very positive move going forward. We should be a mecca for those large data centers. We have had some legislation in the past that has been helpful, and I think the legislation for the sales tax exemption for qualifying large data centers will be incredibly helpful for revenue production in our state, as well as employment and jobs as well. And I'm particularly thankful for the Rochester Sports Complex being one of those construction sales tax exemption projects in this bill. Thank you so much.
Any other discussion before I go to the author of the bill? Senator Rest, you're the last voice that we'll hear, and then we will vote.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank all of you who have contributed to this tax bill. I was hoping for a record, the shortest presentation of an omnibus bill. I think I may have gotten it short of 40 minutes, and I certainly hope the vote from the members exceeds that. Thank you very much. Please vote green.
The Secretary will take the vote for final passage to House File 5247 as amended. Members, please vote. Senator Umu verbatim for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 55 ayes and 10 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we are now on House File 4109. Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. Mr. President, I would like to offer the A3 amendment.
Senator Westlin offers the A3 amendment. The Secretary will report the A3 amendment.
Senator Westlin moves to amend House File number 4109 as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert. This is the A3 amendment.
Senator Westlin, to your A3 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a delete everything amendment that adds in the agency bill for the Minnesota Department of Human Rights. This bill covers a number of important provisions, and it should be noted that the Department of Human Rights has never had an agency bill passed, and so I'm particularly proud of this one. This bill includes provisions that indicate that people may be discriminated against on multiple grounds. This includes an inclusion of the definition of disability that includes impairments that could be episodic or in remission. This bill goes on to clarify that cases that have been completed or terminated resolved by the Department of Human Rights can be published. Section 8 provides standardization of 90 days as a deadline to file that brings it into compliance on both state and federal proceedings, so that will be providing consistency. Mr. President, there are a number of other provisions in here. This did pass through the Judiciary Committee, and I would simply say, Mr. President, that this is an important bill. This is a bill that I've been proud to carry, and I hope that members will support this.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. It is the time of the year when we begin to see the fruit of a lot of negotiation and a lot of compromise. And this piece of legislation is no different. And in fact, I want to say that from the early part of the session, there has been some discussion around religious freedom. And there has been some disagreement, and there have been pleas on the part of members and others to look at that issue. And I want to thank Senator Westlin, among others, for the work that she has done on that issue. We're going to see the fruit of the bipartisanship that people hope from us in this moment on this important piece of legislation. And I am hoping that we're going to earn a strong vote for this work. But I did want to make sure and thank Senator Westlin and others for the work that they have done to bring us to this moment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to amend the amendment, the A4 amendment I am presenting.
Senator Limmer offers the A4 amendment, which is the amendment to the amendment. Well, no, it's just an amendment because we already the A3 passed already. Senator Limmer offers the A4 amendment. The Secretary will report the A4 amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend the A3 amendment to House File number 4109 as follows. Page 4, after line 15, insert. This is the A4 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Limmer to your A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to highlight the language in this amendment related to the religious exemption of the Minnesota Human Rights Act. The proposed language in Minnesota Statute 363A.26 is the fruit of negotiations between legislative leaders and leaders in the faith community to preserve statutory defenses to claims of discrimination in the Minnesota Human Rights Act. Over recent months, there were 15 religious communities and organizations making up of Catholics, various Protestant denominations, Muslims, Jews, and others who contacted us expressing their support for the restoration of the religious exemption related to gender identity. To be sure, this is not the language that I originally proposed, but it achieves the goal of my original bill of retaining for religious organizations a broad statutory exemption for both sexual orientation and gender identity, while at the very same time upholding the desire of others to not single out any particular group or class within that exemption. Both sides of the negotiations that were conducted in the last few weeks had to be flexible on language. But this bill, or this amendment, is a result that respects all Minnesotans by maintaining broad non-discrimination protections related to gender identity and things like public accommodations, while at the same time protecting the institutional autonomy and rights of association of people of faith. I think this is a win-win for all involved. I want to thank Senator Murphy, Senator Westlin for their willingness to bring this forward, as well as Senator Johnson, who was part of the negotiations. And I'll stand for comment, Mr. President. Oh, and Mr. President, I'd ask for a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Members, we're on the amendment to the amendment, which is the A4 amendment, because we have not adopted the A3 underlining amendment. So to the A4 amendment, Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would echo the comments of Leader Murphy and Senator Limmer. This has been the result of weeks and weeks of conversations that I have had with stakeholders, with the administration, with leaders here in the Senate and in the other body, and it has been an absolute pleasure and an honor to serve this body and the people, particularly the people of Minnesota. The language of this statute, the language of this amendment that is being brought, Mr. President, is intended to do the following two truly important and critical things. First and foremost, this amendment to the amendment clarifies existing constitutional protections under the law by now pointing directly to constitutional law. including clarifying that secular business activity is now fully defined by constitutional protections. This amendment to the amendment also clarifies that when there are questions or concerns about where these issues arise, they should be evaluated consistent with and limited to the protections or privileges consistent with those under the First Amendment of the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 16 of the state constitution. What this means is that when the court is faced with a situation around whether or not the ministerial exemption applies, the court must now use a fact-specific analysis based on the employee, which is currently required under constitutional analysis, to determine what an employee does to carry out the religious mission as part of the ministry. It also means under current constitutional analysis that if an employee is part of your ministry, you can make any employment decisions. If they are not part of your ministry, you can make any employment decision that falls under the protections of the Minnesota Human Rights Act. This amendment today, Mr. President, is an incredibly important clarification around the issue of religious exemptions, and I again appreciate the bipartisan nature in which this has moved forward. I would note for the body that this is a friendly amendment, and I appreciate Senator Limmer bringing the amendment.
Senator Crone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of the A4. The language in the A4 does more than simply clarify that religious communities have religious freedoms protected by the Constitution. Those religious communities have those constitutional protections regardless of what statutes we pass in this chamber, and they exist regardless of the work we do on this statute today in this amendment. What this amendment does is creates a statutory exemption, and that's what this does, Mr. President. And the statutory exemption in this A4 does not limit that exemption to what is protected by the state and federal Constitution. The statutory exemption contained in this amendment puts our statutory framework with religious exemptions in the Human Rights Act in line, back in line, and consistent with the U.S. and Minnesota constitutions. Mr. President, this statutory exemption outlines a broad array of activities by faith organizations that are exempt from claims of discrimination under the Human Rights Act. This A4, this statutory exemption in this amendment, is needed so that religious organizations have predictability and clarity regarding what they may do with regard to employment, education, and use of their facilities so they can live out their faith and not face unexpected and costly claims of discrimination. So, Mr. President, I stand proudly in support of the A4. I think this statutory exemption is needed. It's welcome. It's consistent with the U.S. Constitution and our state constitution. And it provides the statutory exemption and protections that our faith communities need. With that, I request a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the amendment to the amendment, which is the A4, before we vote? Senator Limmer, are you okay with us voting, or you want to say something before we vote? Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to echo my appreciation for the cooperation on a bipartisan perspective, as well as that bipartisan involvement with a variety of religious and non-religious groups. And I believe this is a very good contribution to this issue. I want to thank again Senator Westlin for her participation, as well as Senator Murphy. There's others in the other body as well that have been part of this discussion, as well as Senator Johnson. So thank you all for this, and appreciate a green vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A4 amendment to the amendment. Senator Umu verbatim. Those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. Senator Duckworth. Those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
And Senator Abler votes aye.
And Senator Abler votes aye. Senator Parr, are you voting? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. Members, we're on the underlying A3 amendment. Seeing no further discussion, did we ask for a roll call vote on this one or not? Senator Westlin.
We didn't, Mr. President,
Okay.
but I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call, requested roll call granted. The Secretary will take the roll on the A3 amendment as amended. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. Senator Duckworth for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
And Senator Anderson votes aye.
And Senator Anderson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 66 ayes and 0 noes. The amendment is adopted as amended. Any other discussion or amendments? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 4109, a bill for an act relating to judiciary, etc.
Third reading. Any other discussions on House File 4109? Senator Westlin, any final comments or should we go vote? Senator Westlin.
I will be very brief, Mr. President. I'm honored to have been the chief author for the Department of Human Rights Policy Bill and to have participated in this conversation around religious exemptions. This bill today makes some incredibly important updates to the Minnesota Human Rights Act. This bill helps to ensure that the Minnesota Human Rights Act is clear in what protections it provides and is harmonized with other relevant areas of law. I do want to thank the many stakeholders involved in developing this bill. This is a good bill that makes important updates and clarifications in our civil rights statute. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary would take the roll for final passage as amended on House File 4109. Senator Umu verbatim for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. Senator Duckworth, for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
And Senator Anderson votes aye.
And Senator Anderson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 0 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Member, we'll now go to House File 4247, Wiklund. Senator Wiklund.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm pleased to be presenting House File 4247 today. House File 4247 is a licensing, scope of practice, and interstate compact omnibus bill. It includes many bipartisan provisions that establish, update, and modernize laws relating to 16 professions within health-related occupations that are overseen by both the Department of Health or one of the health licensing boards. Along with having new positions created, some scope of practice changes and changes in regulation of professions. Also included in this bill are several interstate compacts, which are statutorily enacted legal agreements that are designed to allow states to work across borders to further mutual goals. The process in developing this bill was to rigorously vet and hear the bills in my committee. They were rigorously vetted, and stakeholder groups have worked together to reach compromises as much as possible and language that I and my committee members could support. We had around 36 bills that were introduced and had the required stakeholder questionnaires submitted. We have these questionnaires that were developed by the House and Senate HHS committees, a standard questionnaire, and each bill that members wish to have heard in my committee needed to have the questionnaire filled out. The questionnaires provided a way to gather information in a consistent manner, which helped us determine which bills to hear. The questionnaires were posted publicly for all who were interested to be able to provide feedback on the different proposals. We did not hear all of the bills that had, bills submitted and the questionnaires due to the lack of hearing time and a consideration of whether bills had reached a level of consensus that made them viable for a hearing, along with having language that had been worked through. Not every item in this bill has reached complete consensus with stakeholders, but I evaluated committee hearing discussions, work after the hearings, and discussion with bill authors to determine which provisions to include in the final bill. We put the time in this session because this bill will now represent many years of work by stakeholder groups who have sought ways to modernize their profession's regulations. And there was a lot of time put in before this session, leading us to work on the various proposals. Members, you will be getting a handout with an index to the bill so that you can more easily identify which professional health occupations are included. I wanted to just highlight a few of the provisions in the bill. One area we were focusing on was addressing patient safety. One of the examples of that is the licensure proposal that requires licensure of behavioral analysts. These analysts work with vulnerable children and adults with disabilities, many in unlicensed settings, and the unregulated practice of behavior analysis has dramatically grown in Minnesota. This bill will ensure that qualified professionals are providing services in behavioral health and can be held accountable. One highlight of trying to address strains in the workforce by defining new positions. We have licensed veterinary technicians provision in the bill, and this will allow the licensed technicians to assist veterinarians and provide more care across the state, especially in rural Minnesota. Another of the veterinary provisions will create an institutional license for veterinary medicine faculty, which will help fill teaching positions at the University of Minnesota. Another position that is created in the bill is the transfer care specialist position, which will provide some helpful relief for funeral directors who have up till now been responsible for all of the transport responsibilities along with all of their other duties in running their mortuary business. The transfer care specialist position will allow them to have someone who can take on very specific roles in caring for a body after death and allow the funeral director to have a little relief from some of the workload. And in the area of trying to enable greater workforce agility and mitigating provider supply issues and enhancing access to care, we have a provision that will allow internationally trained and practicing physicians to practice in Minnesota with a limited license. And this will require already trained doctors to go through a process, but will allow them to do that without having to undergo a requirement to do a residency. They will be able to work with a collaborative agreement with a hospital or clinical setting in a rural or underserved area. Another new form of licensure is for certified midwives, and this licensure will remove barriers for individuals who wish to practice midwifery in Minnesota, who obtain the foundational training in health areas and sciences, but who may not have gone through the process to become a nurse, a registered nurse, on their way to doing this training. This position will increase and diversify the midwifery workforce and increase access to a model of care that has been proven to improve outcomes and decrease preventable morbidity and mortality in women and infants, especially for people of color. Licensure of certified midwives grows the women's health workforce and increases access to high-quality maternal, gynecologic, and primary care. Another aspect to the provisions in the bill will enable preservation of the patient-provider relationship through periods of relocation or perhaps living in a border area where a provider might establish a relationship with a patient who lives in Minnesota, but an interstate compact will allow them to continue to see the provider through telehealth. Some examples of the compacts included, there's a professional counselor interstate compact, will allow mental health professionals in other states to utilize telehealth platforms to serve Minnesota residents and increase access to mental health services across the state. By enacting the Social Work Services Interstate Compact, will ensure consistency among mental health professionals who already are included in an interstate compact that we have in place, the SIPAC, which includes psychologists or psychiatrists. The Social Work Services Interstate Compact will allow them to practice in a similar manner. And then one more example, Minnesota would join 30 other states if this bill is passed. Already a part of the Audiology and Speech Language Pathology Interstate Compact. And this compact will increase access to client, patient, and patient care and will facilitate continuity of care when clients and patients relocate or travel. There are many other provisions in the bill that I won't go over. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those. And I would look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Members, any questions on House File 4247? Senator Nelson, I believe you have an amendment. Senator Nelson?
Mr. President, I do have an amendment. Thank you. Members, we have the, let me find it here for you, the A4 amendment.
Senator Nelson offers the A4 amendment. The Secretary will report the A4 amendment.
Senator Nielsen moves to amend House File Number 4247, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 94, after line 6, insert. This is the A4 amendment.
Senator Nelson, to your A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I am so supportive of the compacts that we have before us, and I want to thank Senator Wiklund for bringing those forward. There is one compact that was perhaps maybe even the first compact that came before this body, and unfortunately, it was not in the amendment, and that is why you have the A47 amendment, or the A4 amendment in front of us today. Members, this is the Nurse Licensure Compact. This body has heard this compact before, but things have changed. When we were here last talking about this, I think it was voted down by 2 votes short of passage in this chamber. However, that has not kept other states from moving to where this modernization of healthcare licensure. Currently, we now have 39 states, folks, that are members of the Nurse Licensure Compact and 2 territories. We are clearly an outsider. But what I want you to know, since we were here last, is that very strong blue labor states have also adopted the Nurse Licensure Compact. And we have, in fact, Mr. President, I'll offer the A13 as an amendment, please, to my A4.
Senator Nelson offers an amendment to the amendment known as the A13 amendment. The Secretary will report the A13 amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend the A4 amendment to House File Number 4247 as follows. Page 5, after line 8, insert. This is the A13 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Nelson, to your A13 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The A13 amendment addresses some of the concerns that we have heard. I would like to note that currently we have 3 Democrat governors that are leading the NLC efforts. That would be Connecticut, Hawaii, and New York. And over, our state has been encouraged to join this much needed compact. But I took great notes of those concerns. And in fact, I saw today there was something handed out about those who do not support the Nurse Licensure Compact, the unions that do not support them. There also is the sheet that does show all of the healthcare hospitals and all that actually do support. But what I wanted you to know is the A13 addresses those concerns that were brought forward. So specifically, we listened carefully to the concerns. In Minnesota, we just had the Minnesota Nurses Association that was against the Nurse Licensure Compact when it came to the floor last year. One of the concerns was about continuing education. I would encourage you to look at the A13 amendment. The compact would not prevent the Board of Nursing from requiring compact nurses practicing in Minnesota to follow Minnesota's continuing education requirements. So those are the same continuing education requirements will be followed. And then, of course, there was a concern about workforce reporting, that the Board of Nurses would not even know which nurses are practicing in the state. You can look at lines 1.9 through 1.12, and you can see all of the demographic data that must be reported to the Board of Nursing. And then it was in line 1.13 and 1.15 that the continuing education requirements are there. Then you might remember there was a brief concern about loss of state revenue. and that the Board of Nursing would lose revenue from any nurses currently licensed in multiple states. And of course, the Board of Nursing is highly supportive of the Nurse Licensure Compact. In fact, they have hired lobbyists to continue to work this very needed modernization of licensure. You will see on line 1.171 and 1.18 that the compact fee would be $150. The thing I heard that was the most concerning had to do with strike breaking. And I want to make sure that our members are well aware. I'd have them look at the, now this was in the original amendment, the A4 amendment, page 19. 911, strike breaking is not allowed because nothing in this compact would supersede state law. And then, of course, there might have been a concern about state sovereignty. That is addressed as well in the A4 in line 19.11. The interstate compact cannot supersede, obviously, any state law. And the last issue that I want you to know has been addressed, and that is the reconsideration of membership. And that's also in Section 4 of the A13. So the concerns have been addressed. In addition to the Minnesota Hospital Association's long-term care imperative, Hazelton Betty Ford, Minnesota Chamber of Commerce, Minnesota Business Partnership, Medical Alley, Department of Defense, our nursing institutions, nursing education, have supported this bill before us. And it is just essential because we have a nursing crisis, members, a nursing crisis. 100,000 RNs and 34,000 LPNs have left the workforce between 2020 and 2022. So, members, I ask for your green vote that would allow Minnesota to move forward with this modernization of licensure. We're going to see a lot of compacts today. I want to thank Senator Wiklund for moving forwards with those. And I would ask that this body adopt the A13 amendment to the A4 amendment so that we can address the concerns of those who had objections and that we can continue then forward with joining the Nurse Licensure Compact. So, Mr. President, that is the genesis of the A13 amendment to the
Senator
A4.
Nelson, you said a red vote, so are you requesting a roll call on both the amendment to the amendment and the underlying amendment?
I'm asking for a green vote on the A13 amendment and a roll call on the A13 and then also the A4, the underlying amendment, when that order comes, Mr. President.
Senator Wiklund to the A13. We're on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Nelson. I am wondering if Senator Nelson would yield to a question.
Senator Nelson, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Wiklund.
Mr. President, Senator Nelson, I guess I was just wondering if you could clarify then that the A13 amendment is not included in the A4 amendment or in the bill that you introduced this session?
Senator Nelson to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiklund, the A4 is very similar to the bill I introduced this year. However, it includes the updated judiciary language. As you know, our compacts went through the Judiciary Committee and we had some very important, needed clarifications on language. That good language from our Judiciary Committee that has been included in all of the compacts that we'll see today is included in the A4. And then the A13, Senator Wiklund and members, addresses those very concerns that were brought up on this floor last year. And I want you to know as well, the addressing of those concerns will not prohibit Minnesota from participating in the compact. These portions in the A13 amendment have been adopted for Minnesota from compacts in those other very strong blue labor states that are now members of the Nurse Licensure Compact. So we have used that language that is approved with the Nurse Licensure Compact as well.
Senator Wiklund.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Nelson. I understand we're working on the A13 amendment right now, but since it's really tied to the A4 amendment, they are, talking about the same concept, the Nurse Licensure Compact. I will say that I urge members to oppose the A13 amendment. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, that we were not able to hear all bills that were related to health-related professions and occupational changes. And I did do some sorting based on what bills I thought were ready and had reached a level of consensus among stakeholders to be heard in the committee. And I didn't feel that the Nurse Licensure Compact met that criteria for me, so we did not schedule it for a hearing. This additional language, while it's helpful to know that there are other states have worked on addressing concerns. It has not had any discussion in my committee. It hasn't been vetted, and I don't have an understanding of how stakeholders might feel about the change, the additional language or the underlying bill. So, members, I speak in opposition to the amendment.
Any other discussion? Senator Aaron Maquait.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise in opposition to the amendment to the amendment. I'm really interested in this discussion, and I think the part that really stood out to me the most in the amendment to the amendment was line 2.12. The Minnesota Nurses Association, on behalf of its constituency, may send a request to the chair and ranking minority members with jurisdiction over the healthcare and finance policy for reconsideration of the Nurse Licensure Compact if they're dissatisfied with it. I'll say two things. One, anybody can always do that. We don't need to put it into statute. Any member of any group or not may write a letter to a chair and ask them to reconsider a policy. They can work with a member of the legislature to write a bill to reconsider a policy. But two, what I'm really struck by is that we already have information on how that group feels about the licensure compact. It is sitting on our desks. And so I really, really want to be clear that when not just the Minnesota Nurses Association, but labor at large reaches out and says, we're deeply concerned about something like this at a time when, and we've had discussions on this floor, Mr. President, about the profitization of healthcare, which in no way is meant to keep and make people healthy. It's meant to make some people money. Insurance CEOs and hospital CEOs and all the other offshoots of insurance companies that we don't even know exist until New York Times does investigative journalism on it. It is an absolute crime what is happening to healthcare in this country. And we have workers like our nurses who are standing up and trying to make healthcare a thing that is healthy for people. And they are telling us that this is not it. And so I'm going to recommend a no vote on this. But we have to have the larger conversation, because this is not the solution to the problem we are experiencing. The solution to the problem we are experiencing is a healthcare system who prioritizes making and keeping people healthy and prioritizes the health and well-being of the people who work in it. That is not what we have now, and until we have that system, we can keep trying to tinker on the edges with solutions that aren't real, but we'll never get to the actual problem and solve it.
Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator Nelson will yield for a question.
Senator Nelson, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. As was mentioned, there is a letter on our desks with a long list of organizations and groups that have opposition to this. And Senator Nelson, I appreciate your effort to alleviate some of those concerns. My question is, in designing this language of the A13, did you work with some or any of those organizations, and did the language that you have developed here, has that alleviated their concerns? I am curious at that because we don't have that in front of us, and so in order to move forward, I would want to be sure that we are alleviating the concerns. So wondering if you had worked with those organizations to draft this language.
Senator Nelson, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe the question was, have I worked with the organizations who are on the list, the supporting organizations, or the organizations who are in opposition? Yes, I got a nod there that was the question. The organizations that are opposed have not seen the amendments that other states who had very similar concerns have addressed through the amendments that you see in the A13 or the two that were already in the A4 amendment.
Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Nelson, for that response. I appreciate that. I will be voting no on the A13. I appreciate the efforts to alleviate concerns of the groups that have opposition to this, and I think that there is certainly more work to be done there. I am not comfortable moving forward with this without further discussions and really assurances and understanding that we actually have alleviated the concerns. Thank you.
Members, any other questions before we vote? Or for the last person we'll hear from is Senator Nelson. Seeing none, Senator Nelson, so we can vote.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Well, members, this is not the solution. It's not like there's just one solution to our healthcare challenges. So I want to be clear. This is a particular solution to help ensure that Minnesotans have access to nurses, that we no longer have these, and actually the nursing shortage is growing. It is staggering. And quite frankly, we can see that other states, most other states, have adopted this. We should not be the last to the table. We are a leader in healthcare. And also, members, just know we had a trial run at this. You might recall during the pandemic, we did have abbreviated version of Nurse Licensure Compact. We allowed and welcomed nurses from other states with other licenses to come and practice in Minnesota. And there were no issues. There were no complaints. And so, members, I would encourage a green vote. It is good for patients. It is good for employment. It is good for nurses. I do want to make sure that the body knows that the Minnesota Board of Nurses is very interested in this proposal. The amount of of licenses that they had to issue to travel nurses was staggering. I think that might be one of the reasons that many states are also now parts of the Nurse Licensure Compact. So I encourage a green vote. I will note that I believe the concerns have been addressed just like they have in other strong blue, strong labor states. This compact's 25 years old. We should be joining this as well, and I encourage a green vote.
The Secretary will take the vote on the amendment to the amendment, which is the A13. Members, please vote. Senator Umu Verbatim, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Duckworth, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, we're on the underlying amendment, which is the A4 amendment. Seeing no further discussion, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I promise you I will be brief in my statement in opposition to the A4 amendment. We've had this debate on the floor over the last number of years, and there has been a significant change in the healthcare environment, and that is the Dobbs decision made by the Supreme Court that has upended the standard of care for people across the country. And what we are seeing now, and I'm going to refer now to a Kaiser Family Foundation report released on May 2nd of 2024, is that abortion bans in different states are causing a substandard of care or different standard of care for people who are experiencing pregnancy loss, so miscarriage and stillbirth. And the key takeaways include this: abortion bans can limit care for those who are experiencing a miscarriage or a stillbirth. While all state bans have exceptions for the life and the mother, for cases of life endangerment of the pregnant persons, they do not necessarily account for the wide range of circumstances people face when experiencing a pregnancy loss, a miscarriage. This has resulted in several cases of women experiencing health-threatening situations with imminent fetal demise or an early stage of pregnancy loss, yet being unable to obtain medical treatment until their health declined to the point where their lives were on the line. And
Mr. President.
And last,
for what purpose do you rise?
I believe that we are on the A4 amendment. I should ask, what is the point of, where are we in the point of order? Where are we in our agenda?
We're on the A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator Murphy.
states have the responsibility to regulate licensed healthcare providers. Compacts delegate much of that responsibility. And in the wake of the Dobbs decision and what clinicians are experiencing and what people are experiencing are an unclear standard of care, and for the receivers of the care, a substandard level of care. And I will refer again to the story that we talked about last year, Christina Zilke in Ohio, who was rejected from the ER and almost bled to death at home because of the Dobbs decision and the laws that they put in place. We are the ones responsible for the regulation of our providers, including licensed nurses. I do not want nurses from other states who have inadequate training because of law change, who have inadequate practice caring for people who are losing a pregnancy, or who may have bias against people who are losing a pregnancy, to come to Minnesota through the compact and provide a substandard of care for people in Minnesota. That's our responsibility, to assure a high standard of care. And it is for that reason that I believe we must now reject the A4 amendment and the Nurse Licensure Compact until we understand how to measure the competency of those nurses who are coming from the states who have changed the standard of care when caring for people who are pregnant. I had a conversation with the nurses at Mayo about this last fall, and we did not reach a conclusion about the right path going forward because of the change in the standard of care. This is dangerous. It is different than what we expected last year, and I'll ask you respectfully, for the health and well-being of people in Minnesota who are getting care when losing a pregnancy, to vote no.
Any other discussion before the author of the amendment? Any other discussion? Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Nelson, for bringing this amendment forward and for this continuing discussion about this proposed compact and how it would affect care and our our health care and the people who provide it here in Minnesota if we were to adopt it. So I do appreciate the debate and discussion, but I rise today firmly in opposition to the A4 amendment and the adoption of the Nurse Licensure Compact. First of all, I think that it's really important as a body that we recognize the different organizations, and we've heard a little bit about this, but the different organizations that are wanting to push this forward and the organizations who are saying, hey, wait a minute, let's think about that, how this would affect patient care, how this would affect workers who are providing the care. So on the one hand, we have the Nurse Licensure Compact that is being pushed and brought forward by big business and massive healthcare corporations. Backers of the Minnesota Drive to join the Nurse Licensure Compact include organizations focused on profits, not on patients, such as the right-leaning Minnesota Business Partnership, the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce, and an insurance company lobbying group. And one thing that we've heard in our discussion is how the Nurse Licensure Compact threatens our healthcare unions, and it does. It is a tool for hospital CEOs to replace unionized Minnesota nurses with non-union workers and ultimately remove healthcare unions from our hospitals. The NLC would allow hospital executives to more easily undermine collective action. And in fact, in 2022, a Children's Minnesota executive argued that if they had the compact in place, they could more easily replace Minnesota nurses who had felt compelled to walk off the job to fight for their patients' safe care at the bedside. Furthermore, the NLC would drive down nurse wages by putting Minnesota nurses in competition with anti-union states, and we heard some testimony that there have been some states that are perhaps more friendly to union organizing who have joined these compacts, and maybe over time that could change the dynamic, but there remain a number of blatantly on their face anti-union states who are members of this compact. By putting Minnesota nurses in competition with those anti-union states, hospitals would be part of a race to the bottom to drive down their wages and their benefits. Furthermore, the NLC would eliminate some Minnesota nurses' jobs. One of the NLC Commission's goals is to replace care by nurses at the bedside with computerized health care. That's why the push in Minnesota is also backed by corporate industry groups like the Center for Telehealth and eHealth Law, the American Telemedicine Association, and the Telehealth Leadership Council. This would mean layoffs for hundreds of Minnesota nurses, taking good-paying jobs out of our communities to be replaced by computerized care based in other states. The NLC would also undermine access to care in greater Minnesota, and this is a great concern to me because of my community up in Duluth and the closures that we have seen in our hospitals up north. The shift to computerized care presents access challenges for rural residents who often lack, unfortunately, reliable broadband internet access, and also older populations who rely on in-person connection that bedside care provides. The shift to computerized care would also feed into the trend of executives closing hospitals and services in greater Minnesota as more visits and revenues would be taken out of local facilities. There's also in Minnesota no shortage of Minnesota nurses. And in fact, the number of registered nurses has increased by over 14,000 in the past 3 years to nearly 120,000. There are more than enough nurses in Minnesota to meet the needs in our hospitals. Our problem isn't that we don't have enough nurses. Our problem is a recruitment and retention crisis that has been created and fomented by the corporate healthcare model that we have. Entering into the Nurse Licensure Compact makes that problem worse, not better. Yeah, I had another statistic here I wanted to bring up. Minnesota already ranks 11th in the nation for the number of hospital closures since 2005. And between 2011 and 2021, lost 22 rural OB units to closure, the most of any state in the nation. So by taking patient visits and revenues out of local facilities, the shift to that computerized care would accelerate the trend of these closures. And that is of great concern to me, and it should be great concern to this body as well. I want quickly to draw the body's attention to the letter that was passed out from the coalition that is asking us to reject this compact, especially at this time. And I will look forward to checking in with the coalition to see perhaps if that amendment to amendment that was just voted down, if it in fact would alleviate any of the concerns that they have, but I also had not heard that it would have. But I would like to hear their feedback on that. But I will draw the body's attention to the letter that has been passed out. We did hear that the Minnesota Nurses Association has been against adoption of the nurse compact, but I do want people to take a look at this coalition. It is not simply the Minnesota Nurses Association, it is also SEIU, Minnesota State Council, Education Minnesota, UFCW 663, UFCW 1189, Steelworkers of District 11, Minneapolis Regional Labor Federation, the St. Paul Regional Labor Federation, the Minnesota AFL-CIO, SEIU, Healthcare Minnesota and Iowa, AFSCME Council 65, as well as AFSCME Council 5, the Minnesota Association of Professional Employees, the Minnesota State Retiree Council of the AFL-CIO, and the West Area Labor Council and the Northeast Area Labor Council of the AFL-CIO. So this is a broad labor coalition. This is not just one labor group that represents a specific constituency of nurses who is asking us not to adopt this compact, but these are organizations representing thousands of Minnesotans, some connected to the healthcare field, and oftentimes, I went to a union meeting representing railroad workers, and one of those workers said to me, "How are things going with the nurses?"
Point of
because
order,
my
Mr.
wife
President.
is a nurse. Mr.
For
President.
what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, what are we speaking to right now?
We are on the A4 amendment.
Okay, is that what's being talked about, or are we going much further past that?
I'm just going to say that we're on the A4, and it's talking about nurses. I recognize that Senator McEwen is very detailed, and that's not a bad thing. It's just that when you're trying to move, I understand, but she wants to make sure that we got all the information that is needed, and I know that there's a letter that's already been out on your desk. Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I would note that I do like to be very detailed, and I do believe that this issue is very, very important, the consideration of whether this nurse compact would be adopted by this body into this bill for consideration of adoption by our state is a very important issue. That it affects nurses, it affects patients, it affects the care out in my district and out in greater Minnesota in all of our districts. It is very important. So yes, Mr. President, I absolutely want people to understand that firefighters up in my district, when I go have a meeting, they say to me in that union meeting about their issues, they say, what about the nurses? How are things going for the nurses? Because my wife is a nurse, and we really rely on her income, and it is a big deal for our family. So it's not even just the members of this group. There's many other people throughout the state who have a nurse in their lives, and this matters to them. I resent when people try to shut me down when I am trying to give important information to the body. So members, please let us not jump on board with this nurse compact when we have so much concern ranging from worker safety, patient safety, the integrity of our healthcare system, the availability and access to healthcare by Minnesotans throughout our state, all of which would be negatively affected by the adoption of this compact. Members, I respectfully ask for you to vote no on the A4 amendment. Thank you.
Members, the last voice we're going to hear is Senator Nelson, and then we're going to vote. Senator Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Well, this is what nurses are asking for. 80% of the nurses surveyed that have a license with the Board of Nursing want this nurse licensure compact. It's a good bill for patients and nurses. I encourage a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A4 Nelson Amendment. Senator Umu verbatim, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Duckworth, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the A4 Nelson Amendment is not adopted. Any other amendments? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 4247, a bill for an act relating to health occupations, establishing transfer care specialist registration, etc.
Third reading. Any other final discussions so that we can vote? Senator Wiklund, anything final that you want to say?
Just briefly, thank you, members, for the discussion today, and I urge you to vote green on this bill. It's a result of bipartisan authors' input, and I really appreciate all the work that members have put into getting us to this point. So thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll for final passage of House File 4247. Members, please vote. Senator Umu verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. Senator Duckworth, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 0 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Senator Murphy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move a brief recess for the purpose of appointing conference committees.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is now in a brief recess for the purposes of appointing conference committees. The Senate will come to order. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, is there a privileged report at the desk?
Yes, there is. The Secretary will read the report.
Senator Murphy from the Subcommittee on Conference Committees recommends that the following senators be, and they hereby are, appointed as a conference committee on Senate File Number 5335, Senators Hoffman, Fateh, and Abler, and House File Number 4124, Senators Herr, Pa, and Housley. Senator Murphy moves the foregoing appointments be approved.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we are now moving to the 13th order of business, announcement of Senate interest. Any announcements of Senate interest? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Get another announcement. Tomorrow is Wednesday. The I-90 annual I-90 Highway 14 party will be held. It's held at CHS Field. It is held in the Securian Financial Club, which is a beautiful venue. Members, we have the pork producers, we have Shell's Brewery, we have all kinds of different people involved. Many members are along the I-90 Highway 14 corridor. Please, everyone, come and join the event. Get to have some relationships with each other, enjoy the party, and take a break. So, thank you.
Without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session.
Mr. President.
Pratt, 12:45 to 1:05 p.m. Jasinski, 2:30 to 2:40 p.m. Abler, 2:20 to 3:05 and 3:45 to the end. Now, Senator friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I too want to say, come to the I-90 party. Here's a couple great reasons. You wonder why I run around talking about the Minnesota pork producers and fighting for them and their issues. Once you have these pork chops, you won't ask any longer. 2, Senator Jasinski's right, which I always say on the floor of the Senate. We got to get together and socialize just a little bit before we muscle through these last 10, 11 days, and you will not be sorry. The venue's fantastic, the food's fantastic, and if we're all there, it'll make it easier to get our work done the last few days. Remember the key element, I-90 party, and Senator Jasinski's always right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, any other announcements of Senate interest? Senator Daines.
I just wanted to comment on the I-90 party. There will be plenty of Shell's beer plus other beers there, so if you want a libation with your pork chop, why, feel free to do so.
Any other announcements of Senate interest before we go to Senator Murphy for a motion? Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Thursday, May 9th at 11 a.m.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is now adjourned until Thursday.